morning, Mommy. How are you?
Happy Sunday.
Yes, ma'am.
So, I'm still unable to put them in this group, or I already created them because of,
Okay, that's great. Did you create an Instagram?
yeah, I'm already on my private account, or Facebook is still going to, so,
Okay, so I had somebody who earlier today was having some issues similar. All right, let's talk about it. Okay, did you use an American VPN?
yeah, I use that.
Okay, what email did you use?
I use them, like my number email. I created it,
Good job. You created a new email. Okay,
yeah,
and
yeah.
did you try with the app or try with the browser?
Oh, I tried with the should I have tried with the browser?
Yes. Okay, exactly. So the person, that's great that you say that. The person I know is unable to do it with the app. So you do it with the browser. Right? Okay, do you know what an incognito browse window is, or a private browser?
Oh, okay.
Do you know what I'm talking about? No.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's how you do it. You go to your VPN, you turn it on, join an American VPN. Then what you're going to do is you're going to go to a private window of your browser so that there are no cookies. Basically, it starts in the middle. You go to facebook.com, you should be able to do it pretty quickly. Okay? And I'm here. We'll get this for you. The person who I helped earlier today, they're like, I tried. And I was like, okay, did you do it in the browser? They're like, no, I didn't try that. And they came back and they're like, it worked. I'm like, okay, great. Don't mess with that account. Just leave it. We're not going to post anything, but just let it be for a little bit. So we're going to try the same with you, okay, Metamati? I saw you in some spaces. Good on you, girl.
And, I'm feeling like, I am where things are
That's
only
it.
because I'm still learning.
We're all learning. Don't you worry. Okay, so you go try to create the Facebook account and then come right back and let me know what happened, okay?
All right,
You-
I'll try.
Excellent. I'm here for you. I'll be up. You don't have to go even. You can do it if you want. I'm just adjusting my different devices. Don't worry about it. there he is. And how do you friend,
Party. Party. Come upstairs.
right? We were talking about the Disneyland game. It was
Oh yeah, childhood Nintendo party.
oh yeah. So the big thing, and I guess this is how they built these games as well, so that you couldn't beat them on the weekend, so that you had to re-rent. That was like part of the marketing strategy with the video game developers. And
3 hour gameplay and then 100 hour gameplay.
yeah, there you go. Um, and we would just race to try to beat the whole game, and it was like such a big deal. If for whatever reason you were on like spring break or something, and you got a video game during it, like so you got to actually focus on it as opposed to like having to do whatever else. I don't know, these are like pre homework days or whatever. Um, I I got into so look, I was talking about when I got in the first game, it was such a big deal. And then I remember the first person I learned it, my friend's sister, who beat uh, Super Mario Bros. And it was like a big, like, I didn't know, like, well, I believed her. It was like a big deal, but like, it was like, I won't believe it until I see it. And then I think my cousin said that she, and then she came over one day. I think we were- So, that was a big deal. Um, and okay, so there was Super Mario 2, which is actually like a different game, just mashed over. They changed like the main player, but that was kind of a weird game. And Super Mario 3 was taller, but also weird.
Oh, but two was my favorite character. Toad.
It does have tone. Yeah, absolutely.
Toad's sweet.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's cool, man. Like,
he
I,
is.
I, that's when I first started drawing. Was I would always draw Toad because he didn't have to draw hair. He'd draw muscle on top of his head.
That's true. Yeah. Two. So I guess one just at least is the protagonist, the allies. One has Mario and Luigi. Two, oh, Princess. Okay. Two, they somehow they worked in Princess Daisy or something. I could be wrong if that was in two, but it wasn't. Maybe it was, no, it was there was Princess, and then they started calling her Peach or something. But
Princess Peach, yeah, she got up
right, and then
really high, and Mario was just like everything.
that
He was super strong.
that's right. You could play as different characters, which was a game changer. And it was the first girl I'd ever played as in the game, and she was good. Princess Peach was. Um,
Speaking of games, did you play Tiny Toon?
yeah, I did 22 Adventures.
Yeah, because in that one you could change characters in the level
Right,
while you were playing.
right. That was a game changer. Definitely. Um,
That made it
yeah. Um, yeah, I played that game.
actually just like that. Did you ever play X-Men Genesis?
Yeah, I did read it. Did you ever play the Simpsons game? It's like Bart has spray. You have to spray paint stuff purple, and there's like an alien. There's like an alien civilization that's taking over the Springfield. Did you ever play this game?
I did. I was never. It was always too hard for me.
I was just gonna
And
say,
it's like you're like Zilla.
yeah, very difficult game.
Very
Um,
difficult because they do random in the levels at the time. Like you go to these random stages, and
wait,
the stages were always inconsistent apart.
I think it was called Bart versus the Aliens. Was that? They made them in multiple games because I thought Bartzilla was a different game.
I don't know. I remember all of the games were off the charts difficult. people
That's true.
except for the arcade game, which was
That's
awesome.
which was amazing. You're absolutely right. 4 different joysticks that you could all. That game was amazing. That and the Ninja Turtles game were always the most popular games. And then X Men.
I think that game better than Ninja was when you played with the different characters, like if you were Bart and Lisa, they were together into a special move.
Right.
Or if you were Lisa and Roger together, or you could choose characters.
Be on each
They
other.
were special things.
Be
They
on
work
each other.
together.
Be on each other's shoulders and stuff. Yeah,
Exactly.
that was amazing. That arcade game must have made. I mean, back when we were kids, thinking like billions of dollars, like just in coins. I'm sure it didn't, but I mean, that was such a game changer. It was so colorful and really pretty. Like that's a big thing for games to be attractive to children. If you wanted to play it, and it was what you had seen on television, and that was an amazing game. Yeah, but the games that were on a console that were Simpsons games were like so difficult. Um, yeah, and then okay, there was that game. There was also I never had this. My cousins did Paperboy. That was a tough game. I don't know. I don't think we ever beat. I never did. Um,
I remember seeing play. I never even understand it. Like, it's one of those. It got so difficult after level 2.
right, exactly.
Like, death coming at you, the random lawnmowers,
And dogs
and
and like cars. Yeah. Oh, and then whirlwind, just a random tornado. Yeah, that was so difficult. There was a game. Okay, so there was Batman the game when Batman the movie came out. Batman the game was a big game. Um, I don't recall that much about it, but I remember thinking this is super cool. Anything that had a movie tie-in was super cool. And I'm trying to think of any of the regular Nintendo games that really were big.
you're gonna love this. Hey, really quick, you're gonna love this. There's 27 Nintendo titles.
Oh no way! Regular Nintendo.
Yeah, Bart versus the Space Force, Bart versus the World, Krusty Funhouse, Bart's Nightmare, Itchy Scratchy Game, Virtual Bart, the Simpsons Road Rage, the Simpsons Game, the Simpsons Wrestling, the Simpsons Skateboarding, the Simpsons. Yeah, that's it.
Okay,
That's
those weren't all on Nintendo, right? Because some of those I played on like PlayStation.
yeah, PlayStation.
Yeah, exactly. Which okay, so they made a really cool uh, Simpsons game that was like Grand Theft Auto, except you drove through the Simpsons world or whatever. That was an amazing game. Um, Back to Simpsons versus the Space Beast. That was incredibly hard. The Itchy and Scratchy game was really good. I remember, but it was like impossible to find. It was always like, if any, like, that was another thing. If you were renting a game, it had to be in stock. And it was just a lot of times not in stock. And you would like, you'd run to the video game section and it would be like, what's available. You'd see the box and you look behind it and it was gone. It was like hard. Um, okay.
It was that way with my Texas Boy Scout.
Yeah.
Everyone had to buy that game because it was always
Always. And it was a really hard game. And yeah,
It's like was always rented out.
it was a really hard game too. To get to Mike Tyson with that weekend.
I
Okay,
don't think very many people ever got the Mike Tyson. I don't think most people got past the bull guy. The Rusty.
right. Yeah.
I had to put a piece of tape on it to go back with the rest of it.
That's
Yeah, I did that for a few of those bosses. They're there with the rest of it.
there was the game. They had these weird time games. They had like I remember Spy versus Spy had a game that was, and then they had.
That's one of the best games, man. It's the best consumer game.
It was very good. And then they had the Noid game. Do you remember the Noid game from Domino? But like,
Yeah, it's a piece of noise.
yeah, he had it from like the 90s. They take with like a lawless wasteland, like in some of these tie-ins that were just like ridiculous, like things that you wouldn't necessarily see today. You wouldn't see a movie like a video game studio putting out a game for like the Jolly Green Giants or something like that. Like it's just not. There's just too much development. But back then, they would, or they would change
I'm
it.
surprised that you know, developed it and never got its own thing. Well, Bud McKinsey. Remember the Budweiser?
Absolutely. I think they did want to be marketing the kids.
I gotcha, but I'm just saying that, like, Bud McKinsey was.
Oh, totally.
I'm not surprised he never got his own, like, show or something.
That Bull Terrier, I always thought was so cool too. But I think they got in trouble around that time for marketing the kids, and they were taken away because he was. I always thought he was really cool too. Um,
I think he would go out, like, there would be no other beer but Budweiser.
and he'd still be.
Yeah, technically.
He'd be like the Clydesdales for a new generation. Yeah,
The musical, by the way, of
with the noise.
1989 is what it was. I don't think I ever. It was on Commodore 64 years of DOS game.
It was on. It was on Nintendo too, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
But it was different on Nintendo.
Yeah, that would be a thing too. They would change it, and sometimes the games on one console were easier than they were on another. So now we'll move into the Super Nintendo. And this Brown Super
I got
Nintendo.
one last question.
Go ahead.
Final Fantasy. Did you ever play it?
Yeah, I played it. I thought it was amazing.
Bro.
Well, I don't remember. I think it was Bruno. But I remember it being. Can you, yeah, I'm trying to think. Could you use any guns in that game or no?
No, it's like a fighter, a white wizard, a black wizard. You know, it's like a dragon game.
That's right. Like Zelda?
Hmm?
Like Zelda?
Yeah, well, sort of. Everything that does a battle really goes to a touch screen and you have multiple choices in the battle. Where Zelda is like a quick shooter, like real time.
Right.
It's like turn based.
Okay. Let's talk about Zelda for a second. I never had it. I didn't know anybody who had it. But like occasionally I would play it somewhere. And if you aren't into it, it's kind of a boring game. Because there's a lot of reading to do in the game. And I remember just being like, oh, that was a thing I couldn't read yet. I couldn't read really well. I was young. So, like, you know, when he would talk to people or when Link would talk to people, I didn't know what he was saying. So I just say, go, 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 go. And then when you do that, you don't know what to do in the game. Does that make sense?
So,
Yeah.
yeah. You have to go to read. Zelda's a lot of reading. Yeah. It's always clues to make you to find everything.
Exactly. And so that's why it was never that attractive of a game to me because then I could read it was kind of how it. I remember it was gold. I remember that was like a huge thing. Like, I mean, it's not great, like all the space gray, like all the other ones. Okay, one other thing. This is such a cool statistic that I always think about that I don't think it's possible to necessarily prove, but I think it's accurate. Okay, so imagine you're gonna play Super Nintendo. Apologies, you're gonna play Super Mario Brothers on Nintendo, not Super Nintendo. The first time it starts up, and the first bad guy that you encounter, it's like a Koopa. That you know what I'm talking about, like the first guy, the first level. That that bad guy allegedly has killed more people in video games than any other bad guy And I think that's such an interesting statistic. I think it's true because a lot of times that was the first game that anybody was playing, and that you didn't know that you had to jump. You know what I mean? Like maybe I can run through them or whatever. And, and everybody had that game because like games don't like consoles don't come with a game anymore, but everyone had that game, and so um, I've always thought
I
that's
bet Blanca, Street Fighter 2 is like second.
that could be now Street Fighter. That was
So, like that, oh man, like for the computer on hard, Blanca.
that was Super Nintendo, right?
Oh yeah.
And I loved that game on arcade. I would always play as Blanca, but then when I would be I could win like I remember like Rabbit, but um yeah, exactly. But then I learned like okay, so then oh what's his name? The Indian guy with with the arm. He was so hard to beat if somebody would just use those arms on you because it's like how am I going to beat this guy? So then I quickly started learning that some guys are better than others. And Blanca, even though he's green and cool and stuff, maybe he's not better than this other guy. But then, if you knew someone who really knew how to play with Ryu, or whatever, like that one, like he could beat a lot of other people. Then there's E Honda, who's pretty badass as well. Um, yeah, Street Fighter was amazing. Um,
And there's two
yeah. Who,
so fast.
yeah, with their legs, she just kicked him. And I don't know a lot of people who would shoot her. I mean, nothing against her. And then there was like there was a, there was like a American military guy. I think,
Donald.
yeah, exactly. Um,
Donald's
right.
son.
Sonic Boom. And that was the thing. You would hear that, like, fortunately, I never worked in like an arcade or anything like that. Because you would just probably hear that 8 hours a day that would drive you bonkers. Ooh, kick, Sonic Boom. You know what I mean? Like, that's just incredible. There wasn't that much variety to it. Um, okay, so
Well, you know that character in the arcade is like switch out the arcade. Just freeze the game.
no, I didn't like and ruin it.
Yeah, it was so easy. It would just freeze the game timer and run out and then you wait.
Okay, but it's not like you can restart the game.
Check it out, ready? Here's how it works. The very beginning of that, you jump, if you do in the beginning, the game then freezes, right? Either character can move, and then the timer is out.
No way. And then
Yeah, it's a glitch.
does it let you proceed?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
No
Yeah,
way. Yeah. I know. Okay,
It doesn't
cool.
work on the computer. It only works with both players.
Interesting. Look at all this stuff. I used to think it was so interesting. I'm kind of obsessed with something. I don't know. I'm not like it's this thing that when I have an opportunity, I really want to delve deep into the backgrounds, not their personal backgrounds, but the actual backgrounds of the games that show like Mount Fuji and like like people like sitting around just like watching this fight. I find that stuff to be super like fascinating. I don't know. There's something about 1980s Japan that's like really interesting to me because it was a time of of like uh, of unparalleled wealth in the country, and also like it was very advanced, but yet still very traditional. Like, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it was still that deep samurai room, right? Like,
Right.
we're the last samurai walking around in the 70s, something like that.
Actually, but then yet they were still producing like robots and like video games. Like, it was just wild. Okay.
It's a great movie. There's this movie made in 1907 and it's all about a robot that does everything for you. So the robot takes like your house and robot that during the daytime, if it becomes like a farmer and does all your farm work for you, and turns back into the house that you live in. And they destroyed the movie because they thought that people would believe that robots were going to like take care of them. You know, they didn't want the movie to like be out there. And so there's literally some survived photographs of like part of the film.
That's wild.
But
I love Lost Boys.
yeah,
That's like one of my.
I love lots of movies. Those are my favorites from the early 1900s. There's so many good films. And they were really into propaganda back then. So anything that was good, guys were pressed or destroyed.
Right. And then they had that Warner Brothers fire, like maybe 15 years ago, that took out a lot of that stuff, which is heartbreaking to me.
I lost one in a fire. It happens a lot.
Yeah.
Because it's really combustible. The soul works combustible.
That's right. Okay.
That's really easy to happen if it's done properly. It's just like on fire and explodes.
Okay, so then we had Super Nintendo came out, and okay, we had Mario. Wait, back to Nintendo. Mario 1 Game Changer, obviously. Mario 2 Game Changer, you could be different characters. Mario 3, in my opinion, Game Changer because you could fly with the raccoon, and you could wear different clothing. Wait, that was Super Mario 3, or Mario 3, whatever.
Mario 3 had the magic where you
Yeah.
had the magic together.
Right. Well, absolutely, very well. And you could get one up or like 3 lives and stuff.
Yeah, the code was always on the very right hand, second down to the right. You do that one first to tell which one it is, because that one's different. There's 5 different. There's only 5 different maps.
We've never figured.
And then my friends and I, we figured out. We had it all mapped out. Figured out where they all were.
Now, which one? Maybe it was Mario. Mario 2 was not like made. It was another Japanese game that they made it Mario. Are you aware of this?
Yeah, I've read that story.
Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. And then is it Mario 3 where you have you can wear like the Frogman suit?
Yeah, and the Goonies,
And, yeah, exactly.
whatever you call that, like directed.
Yeah.
Where you turn into a statue.
Right, which is the game changer. That like you could transform like creatures. Exactly. That was amazing. Aside from just having a snow. Yeah, that was amazing. Okay, then Super Mario World we talked about. I just dominated it. I got older, and it was like a game that I just played all the time. And I don't like. I would. I got so good at it that I would go and play the like whatever it was. I would just go and beat them up just because I was like bored. Like if you don't have anything else to do, you will. If you have one video game basically to play, you just dominate. Okay, so there was that
In
game.
that game, I used to just watch myself as the farm and bears I could,
Yeah,
and then watch myself off the line,
right.
and then dive well down and try and replicate the gravity of the game with like the flying.
I would too. I would too. I got so good at flying that like I would practice. Like, or I should say, I would practice it so that I would get really good. And then there was one secret level that you could go to that you would get. It had like it was just all points, and you could just go like, wow, it would make this sound, wow, 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 like almost like a cat. And then you could just go through and just try to get as many coins as you want. And I remember getting like 99 lives and then just being like, I guess like I don't have to do this anymore. Yeah, that game was amazing. And then having Yoshi. Yeah. Well, the pilot wings sometimes would take you to like a secret part of the level. If we're talking about the same thing. I sort of that triggered something in my memory. Do you remember the Olympic game on Nintendo
Nintendo with a
with the
we had a power pad.
with the pad? Oh yeah, I had to talk about having the gun. I had a gun. I didn't know anybody who had the hand. Did you know anybody who had the hand?
I was going out the hand and they returned it.
Okay, I can see that.
They only had it for like a month, and we were like, this thing's out. And I tried to use it, and it was just stupid. It's like, it's not cool. It's
Isn't
just
it amazing?
controlling the wrist.
Isn't it as amazing that they let you return after a month back then?
Yeah, I guess. I was like, whatever. It's just the controlling on your arm.
Right. But it's really hard to use. Then the power pad. That thing was a game changer. That like you could do something. It was like so early on that you could actually do something physically beneficial, but like with your body and have it affect something on the screen. It was like very early virtual reality. I don't know how to describe it, but that was a game haptic response. I remember we not often, but like once a year, there was a kid who had that, and for gym class, they would let us use that, and we would just get so excited to be able to use it. And it wasn't really well, not a lot of people. And then it was hard to do, to make your guy run on the screen, whatever. But yeah, I remember that Olympic game was really interesting. And they had the long jump.
We used to see other game all the time.
How do you do?
So we had the pad, right?
Yeah.
And then we learned that if you judge, you're going to do this. And just hit it back and forth with your fist really fast.
Yeah.
It makes you run. That's the only way you can that.
Yeah, I remember that. Okay.
You can run that fast.
Right.
Like, the timing you right is just going that one to the other perfectly.
Exactly. Right.
Your hands make it that game difficult.
I can totally see that.
That's how we cheated and won and beat all the games on that.
Okay, so
did you have the bazooka? We had that. Did you ever have the bazooka?
no, what was that?
Oh, it was so awesome, dude.
Well, what game?
Like it's Nintendo accessory.
I know, what game? Oh, Super Nintendo.
Yeah.
No, I don't recall that.
Yeah, bring it up right now. It's called the Super Scope.
Oh yeah. Now I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I have.
I call it the bazooka, I guess. Did you ever do Mario Paint?
Yeah, I was just going to talk about that. That was a game changer. To have a mouse. It was the first mouse I ever used, and I don't think my parents really recognized how great a gift that was, because it was my first entry into computers to some extent. It was the first mouse I ever used, and I didn't even know what it was. And yeah, you could create like music. It was like such a different game. The one thing I always regretted, you couldn't save your, I don't recall being able to, you could save like very little. But I remember they had a Flight Swatter game, and that helped with like hand-eye
Called Nat
coordination.
Attack.
Bad Attack?
It was called
Nat
Nat Attack.
Attack. Okay, yeah. So you recall it very well. And then making music.
Yeah.
And then making music in the game, and I just remember that was like it like opened up different parts of my brain. That part of the game, like that kind of game, it was so different. Yeah, and I the composer
Understand like
music
music.
exactly,
Awesome.
absolutely. And if you like when it hit me, I didn't know anybody who composed music like that. Like I knew music existed, but I didn't know that you basically have to put different notes at different timing. I mean, it was incredible to me, and I still don't think my parents recognized like that was such an eye opening thing. It like literally unlocked parts of my brain that I didn't know I'd be using later on in my life. My first entry into that. Um, and to be able to use like to color stuff, it was like the first time I had used like a pen program that allowed me to like I didn't yet have computers doing that. That would come with like Windows 95. Um, so that was an amazing game. And one thing I regretted was there wasn't that much to do. Like I mean, there was a lot, but it wasn't like a game. It was more like art, whatever. But they had that flag fight that time, and
You know,
that was
when
cool.
you the game that unlocked my brain that way is because you can create your own racer.
Well, that's cool. I don't call it.
You remember it's like beep, beep, beep,
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
and
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Now I know that. Yeah, yeah. Now I know that game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Definitely. Yeah, now I know that
yeah,
game. I didn't think it was great.
exactly. You have to keep your bike tracks on that
Yeah,
game. That was always fun.
that's funny that you did not recall that. That was, yeah, that was a cool. Um. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. That game. Sounds familiar. It was a racing game, right?
Yeah, a rat racer. That's another.
Okay. I had another
Or
race.
like your red car.
I had another racing game, but I don't recall what it was. It was very basic for Nintendo. Um. All right. So,
Like Top Gun.
I think I rented it, something like that, and I thought it was really hard.
Yeah, landing was difficult, but once you learn how to land, but it took a while to figure it out.
Um. All right. So then Super Mario. Um. The games that stick out. There was this game that I played. It was the first gambling game I ever did. It was called Vegas Stakes, and um, it was interesting. It was like kind of a grown up game. It was for kids, but it's like taught you how to gamble. And I don't know if it was for kids. It wasn't for kids. It was an adult game that was on Super Nintendo. I got it. But you start with like nothing, and you just like make your way to Las Vegas with like this like a huge amount of like desire to make it big and change your life. And so what you do is you start with $0 or maybe like $100, and then you work your way. Eventually, you want to try to get to $100,000. At $0, you're like playing in the shitty like Binion casino kind of deal, like nothing really fancy. And once you get to $100,000, then you get into like what they call secret palace, basically. And then um, and then if your goal is to make $1 million, and like throughout the game, women will come up to you and be like, "Hey, do you want to spend some time with me?" It wasn't like prostitution, but it was like. But then you'd say yes, and he'd steal your money or something. Or like some guy would be like, "Hey, can you please help me? I need $10 for gas." And if you helped him, he would be like, "Thank you for the gas. I went to the bank, and here's $100 for all of your help." Like things like that would happen. Like I remember I was playing a game with a friend, and he was he's like, "Do you want to try to stay up all night?" I'm like, "Yeah, let's." I was just thinking, like, and he ended up falling asleep. I ended up beating that game. That was one of the first games I beat as well. The reason why I was able to beat it is it had the save feature. The big thing about Super Nintendo is the fact that you could save stuff. That was a game changer. And so it was kind of cheating,
You
sort of.
remember that game? You remember that game where the people would try and steal money from you? Like, give you money?
Yeah, in Vegas Stakes. Do you remember that game?
Yeah, no, I remember Vegas Stakes. That's one of my first memories of learning how to play. Like,
Same here. same here. That's where I learned how to play blackjack, and I mean I knew how to play slot machines. Um,
It has roulette too. And,
yeah, roulette and craps. I believe that is craps as well. And I would never play it. That was too complicated for me. But I would play blackjack and roulette. Then I learned how to play roulette. And then what I would do, which is kind of cheating, is I would put all my money on the black or red and save right before then. And if I won, then I would proceed. If I lost, I would just go back to my save point. And once you start doing that, you can beat the game pretty quickly if that's what your strategy is. And then when my
yeah, it seems like they do it right away to win.
oh totally. So then when my friend awoke in the morning, well, I woke him up when we hit the 100,000. When we went to like Caesar's Palace, so I was like, no way, there's a new level, and he was like just falling asleep. Yeah, and then when he awoke in the morning, I was like, I think he awoke and I was still up, and he's like, what, like, I thought we were gonna stay up all night. I'm like, I did. You fell asleep. And he's like, oh yeah, I slept some hours. I'm like, dude, you slept for 6 hours. But I beat the game. He's like, how'd you beat it? And I'm like, I told him like, all you do is like save it and then spend all your money every single time, and you can beat the game in like I don't know, 20 bets or something like that. And and he was like, wow, that was impressive. That was a sweet game. Um,
Our friends would get together, and then the three or four of us, or sometimes six of us, would try and beat it without sleeping the whole weekend. You know, like we take shifts. Like we sleep sometimes, but for the most part, we're just playing the video game, like the whole weekend long.
yeah, that was a big thing on Saturday night. We would watch Saturday Night Live. Like that was really big because then on Monday you knew all the funny jokes. Like you wanted to be in on the in crowd, and there were only so many jokes that you would have. So, and if you're, it would be a big thing if your parents would let you watch Saturday Night Live. And my parents wouldn't always let me, but occasionally, or we'd sneak it or something like that. But that was a big deal. Saturday Night Live was a big deal back then.
Yeah, we were always playing. We never really watched TV. We were always playing Dungeons and Dragons. Things like
Okay. Oh, okay. So this is a game. Double Dragon. That was a popular game. That was like a fighting game. Do you remember that game?
yeah, and in Double Dragon 2, did you play that one?
Yeah, not a lot, but I do recall.
Well, the reason why I bring it up is it had a player versus player mode where
That's
you
right.
could just fight each other in practice.
That's right.
I mean, a lot. And it would be fun to play that, like, just against each other. Just for fun to kind of, like, play the game as a fighting game.
A great
As
Super,
opposed to the storyline.
a great Super Nintendo game that was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I think Turtles in Time. Did you ever play that game?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
That's one of the best.
yeah, exactly. And it was so cool that it was like history too. That like you feel like the Old West or like ancient uh, Japan or whatever. But that was a really big.
That game called Super Advance.
Exactly.
Like, that's one of the few games that you say when you look at all the games, that's what the is. The graphics and what they fit in the cartridge.
And, okay, so the game that did that to me, and it did it to a lot of people as well, was Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong looked like a different console. It looked 3D, and that was a big game. When that game came out, I didn't ever have it, but it was so big that you could switch the guys to Diddy Kong and Donkey Kong, and the graphics were so much different than any other game I'd ever seen. It looked real, and
Yeah, they really did the balance between Mario and Sonic the Hedgehog as far as like the fun and your puzzles.
that's right. That's right. And the idea,
It's like a combo with like a lot of the same graphics. It felt like Sonic the Hedgehog, like you could get three skins Sonic, you know?
right now, Sonic. So I got a Super Nintendo Nintendo one year, and like the next year for my birthday, it was like maybe Sega, something like that. And but I had seen Sega before, and Sega just seemed really, really fast. It seemed like older, and not for like older kids, I should say. And it was. I mean, it had different things that were like faster. I think it used graphics differently. But one thing, so there were some games that I could get. Like one amazing game. I don't know if you ever played this on Genesis. Was Aladdin. Did you ever play that?
Yeah, but hold up. Did you play originally Sega? The little like credit cards?
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, those games on that were absolutely for adults.
Wait, hold on. Are we talking Sega Genesis?
Sega.
I don't even know.
Okay, so Sega came out with Nintendo. And Sega, the games were like on they looked like credit card. There's like a little credit card. Yes, so you put and then you cost them.
What's it called? Master System?
Yeah, that's Sega Master System. Yep.
Oh, yeah. I've never even.
Yeah, we had one growing up. They're awesome. And then we got a Nintendo after that. But it was for the games were all difficult. And they were like, yeah, like it was just, just harder game. That's all I can say.
Right. Um, I should say that I didn't play it hard until I was older, and when I did, it was, it was like, I can't believe people used to play this. It was just like cheap. Um, yeah, uh, but I just didn't say that. Right. But it had a lot of games. Cars had some really cool games, but then you would play it, and at least it was older. It was just like nothing like what the cover looks like. It's supposed to be billiards, and it looks like action points, and it would be like, okay. Um, so Aladdin on Sega Genesis was a beautiful game. I thought it was really um, cool because the movie was similar to the movie, but I didn't have many really good hacks for games. But this one I had was really good, and everybody who I've ever heard who played this always had issues with this one level. It's the flying carpet level. I don't know if you recall this level. And I very early on figured out a hack to it, which was to use the pause button a lot. So like you would go like maybe 10 feet and then hit pause, and then 10 feet again, hit pause. And when you would do that, you could see the obstacles coming and avoid them. It made the level super easy. That was like the first time I ever had like a hack for a game where if I just kept hitting pause, I could basically play the game in slow motion and win that level. That game was amazing. Like there was a genie level that I thought was super cool, and I love the soundtrack to it. And you had a boo, and that was just a really cool game.
Throw apples in that game, right?
Yeah, exactly. So an apple, and then you also, I think, get a sword, and you can like strike guys with the sword. And it was just a fun game. I remember the soundtrack was just like da 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 da. It had all the songs. I really liked that game. So speaking of which, it was
Didn't Robin Williams do the voice on it too? Like my game was Robin Williams.
I think so. It was something like that's what I said. It was like really close to uh, the movie. Um, then okay, but if you played Aladdin, I believe on Super Nintendo it was much harder, or something like that. And I know that Lion King was extremely hard on Super Nintendo. And
It was so stupid. Like, it was like the worst. I remember spending like $60 on that game because I thought it was gonna be awesome, and I got it, and it was the worst game ever. I didn't think for like, and then stuck with it.
and you would think
It
it
was
would
so boring.
you would think it would have been an amazing game because Aladdin was an amazing game. or I thought it was. But a lot of other people did too. Aladdin was a really good name too,
Yeah.
and Lion King people just thought was way too hard and also boring.
When you said Lion King for some reason, it made me think of the game Willow. Did you ever play that?
No idea.
Try like it. You ever play Robin Hood? The Nintendo?
Prince of Thieves.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. And they had like, yeah. Now that you see that, it like triggered in my memory. Um, they had like Kevin Costner in the game, but it was like 8, right? Or 16.
Yeah,
Right, I do remember that. That was a hard game, or at least it was for me as a kid. Um, yeah, I remember
yeah. It
that
was
game.
very difficult. I had a bunch of different ways to play it. Like you had to play in the overhead, and in the scrolling,
That's right.
and you had to make decisions like from a bunch of different standpoints.
That's right. I love that movie. Everybody makes fun of it today because Kevin Costner plays the same character in all his movies. But I thought that was a really cool movie, and I liked Robin Hood a lot. Just I like the idea of like helping the poor, and I don't necessarily like STEM for the rich, but I do like the idea of just helping people, and then the idea of when he had
Well,
the
originally, Robin Hood didn't steal from the original story.
there you go, we're bringing it up.
All he did in the original story was kill the king's ear to food people,
That's what I remember. Yeah, something like that.
which is really stealing. He did a glorified story of stealing and all that stuff. But
Right.
Robin Hood, the original story, the guy that decides to kill some deer, just eat the pork because, you're not supposed to kill the deer.
Right.
Like,
Exactly. And then Morgan Freeman was in that movie, which was like cool to see like this interracial tag team. And they were fighting for this lady. And then Prince John was I can't remember his name, but he played it really well. And then they had this one character who creeped me out as a little kid. They had like a weird fucking eye, and they were I forget what they were, but they were fucked up.
the crew.
Yeah, that person was fucking creepy. As a
He
little
was turned invisible at one point. Yeah, he was crazy.
yeah, that was
And the name of that whole weird birthing thing where like he wants Marion to get knocked up by by the
that's right. How creepy is that?
so creepy. It's so weird.
Right. And as a little kid I remember being like, this is fucked up. Like this is creepy. This is scary to me. Um I love
It
the
feels like the Black Clover all over again.
right. I love this scene though where Kevin Costner's training the Merry Men or whatever. They're like doing bow fights on like a log or something. I just think that's so cool. I thought that was cool. Just a cool one. And then the other cool thing about that movie is the arrow camera, where he's like you've never seen that before. What a camera looks like with an arrow in front of it, or yeah, and that was fun, like splitting stuff. Yeah, but that
It's
game,
totally immersive. Right? That movie from the beginning was just immersive and took you into a world that was awesome.
right? But everybody makes fun that Kevin Costner's uh, he doesn't really have an accent. It's not like he's trying to play a British person. He just literally plays himself, which is fine. I mean, to me as a little kid, that was totally fine. But people give him shit for it. But whatever.
I took a junior college class in economics, and we watched Waterworld for economics. But we watched, and then had to write a paper about it.
What was considered the biggest flop in movie history? The biggest,
Well, yeah, it wasn't their fault, though.
the biggest box office bomb. I remember.
Yeah.
I remember.
The only reason we spread those because they quadrupled their budget because the pets kept getting right.
Right. And
So it wouldn't have been a flop if they didn't have all that bad weather.
right.
And, like try to make the movie out in the ocean, like
I thought it was a cool movie, even though
Oh, movie's amazing.
yeah. And what is it like? They there's something that is of like really important like currency. Isn't it like branches or something? Or what do you remember?
No water.
Is it just water?
Yeah, that's why water will drips the water. The water is good.
Okay, that's what it is. Right. Um,
Yeah.
that's
So
a
they're
lot.
trying to find a place where there she sent the map to the place where there is water.
That's a lot. And then Dennis Hopper just playing this part, wild uh, bad guy.
Oh man, it's good actor. Any movie with Dennis Hopper is a good one.
And then the gills in the neck. That's wild. That was a game too. Waterworld. I didn't. I think it's a Super Nintendo game. We could have been other stuff. Didn't play it that much, but I do recall that.
It's one of those like side scrollers,
Right.
just mind games that no one wants to play.
Right. Now another game that was a game changer to some extent was the Dolphin. What was it called?
With the newer one,
Echo or Echo. Echo the Dolphin.
that's really yeah.
That game was amazing. You could play as an animal, and like, but it wasn't like an anthropomorphic animal. You were just like a straight up animal. And I remember just thinking that was for Sega, or at least that's what how I found it, and that was a cool game. Now Sonic, that was a wild game. It was so fast, and I think that's the advantage that it had over Super Mario. And you could go upside down.
You could down too. In Mario, getting the coin wasn't the whole level.
Right.
Sonic, the whole level is coins.
Right, and here we're talking about Sonic. I'm literally wearing Sonic on my shirt, on my pants, and my bedspread. I mean, because it's a cryptocurrency that sponsors me. And it just shows, like, yeah, it's with $50 million. And it's just like a symbol of, like, that time or whatever. But, like, I played it. I wasn't obsessed with it. Like, you would, like, a lot of people, they come into my Discord and they're like, why do you like this video game so much? And I'm like, oh, it's a cryptocurrency. But yeah, that game was amazing. I mean, it was a game changer. You could go upside down, and that wasn't something that you normally saw in a game. It was just so fast. And you're right, the sound, and then also how you couldn't die unless you didn't have any gold or any coins. That was another interesting thing. And then when you got hit, you had to collect them. It was like a new way. Like normally you just had like health. If you got hit 3 times, you died. But in that game, you could get hit up 500 times. So long as you had a coin, you were good to go. That was a total game changer. Um, Love that. And it was very colorful. It was just the speed of that game, though, was like faster than any other game. And then you do the like power up and like, zoom, all of that stuff was really cool. And then, yeah,
Small thing,
right,
before you go fly to the rocks.
exactly.
Yeah, it was also open world. Like it's not like an idea. You can go any direction. You didn't know which way your character was going to come on the screen.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, it was definitely more 3 dimensional. It was 2 dimensional. It felt like a lot of things could happen. Then there was
You ever played Strider?
what is that? Sounds familiar. What is
You're like a ninja. It's like Sonic. It's like Genesis. And you jump around. You swing. You have like it makes a big like, swoosh in front of you. And when you jump, you have like a double jump. And you can basically, it's fighting through different screens levels. That's like
okay? Speaking of ninjas, the game that really was a game changer as well was Mortal Kombat. That game, first game ever that I recall you could ever see blood and kill a person. Like that was a big deal. They had like different versions of it, if I recall, where like some of it was gorier than others, and that was a game changer. All the different characters. And that was another interesting one where the video game came out before the movie. So like they usually it was a movie came out and then to coincide they put out a video. But this time it was reversed. That was interesting and a game changer. And also changed like how people were speaking. Like you'd hear people be like brutality and like finish him and that kind of stuff. Uh,
I was just
definitely a block
like,
button.
thank goodness, block button. Wow.
Right,
Because that, like you had to press backwards.
right. Yeah,
Block. You only had high block or low block.
that's a good point.
And yeah, it's just a lot more. I just like the idea that I can just block.
Okay, then another game that I remember coincided with Mortal Kombat was one called Primal Rage. Did you ever play that game?
Primal Rage, like time killers.
Kind of had to do with like giant apes, but it could be. Um,
Primal Rage, all Primal Rage, time killers. I think it's the same game. Primal Rage, you can play it like a claymation game.
it could be.
Yeah, and you play it with different dinosaurs. They,
Yeah, yeah,
and they just beat the shit out of each other.
right.
Everybody, yeah.
That-
Did you play Killer
yeah, I think so. Oh, dude, you just triggered back to Nintendo. Rampage. Did you ever play Rampage?
all the time?
That was that to me was a game changer. You were playing vertically, and unfortunately, I was a
Yeah,
little.
what's up?
What'd you say?
Being something.
Oh, sure.
I apologize. Yeah, just being thing.
Now use Sora, AI, or Grok to make 10 or so AI videos to populate some of the content, period. Use hashtags in the title and description, and this will allow you to rank highly in search engines right before your launch on December 7th. Are you there?
Quick question.
Yes,
How
sir.
do I post
In here,
in Discord?
you can't. I used to let people do it, and then some guy posted a GIF of somebody self-circumcising themselves about 500
Oh,
different
God.
times in every single channel. And after that, I was like, nope. If you want to post stuff, you can post stuff in somebody else's Discord, but not this one. At least until I get moderators who can be here full time. But until then, that guy kind of ruined the party.
I got you. That makes sense.
There's also a way that people can sabotage your server that I learned. Um, and this is how they do it. So until I have a bigger team, I don't want to allow anybody to type anything. What they do is they dox themselves. They'll say like um, XYZ lives at 123 Main Street, and then they get on another account and report it for doxing, and then they take down your whole server.
Hey, I figured out how to do it.
In here,
No, I just didn't know the thing.
you send it in Twitter Spaces.
Twitter Spaces in the pill, the little blue pill on the bottom right. On your Twitter Spaces, you're looking right there. I just went and joined that, and then I can drop stuff in there.
Oh, tight. Do you see its video?
Do it pretty quick. Yeah, it's video.
Tight. So you can see me from a different angle, right?
Yeah, I see a nice close up. You're like a good two month right now. You look like a flip model.
There you go. Yeah, there's a lot of that footage.
Yeah, get those pictures on there, man. That's the money maker.
Oh yeah, big time. People are gonna go crazy.
Yeah, later you're gonna be screenshotting it.
They already do. I'm in a Telegram that's right by that camera that you're seeing, and they randomly take pictures all the time. I mean, it's got 12 page. Okay,
Yeah, tell.
go ahead.
I was saying I just put the last project into my YouTube channel in that project that I worked on. If you get whenever you get a chance to watch it.
Just one moment. Did you ever play Jurassic Park the game on Genesis?
That's the one I'm saying. It was too hard.
Way too hard. But you could play as a Velociraptor or Doctor, whatever his name was, Doctor. Was it Sam Harris?
I think that
Yeah.
yeah, I know you're talking about.
Super hard game though, but I really enjoyed it. Well, I shouldn't say that. It was really dark, and I remember it was like really hard to beat. Um,
Jurassic Park was probably one of the most traumatizing theater experiences I ever had.
I could see that.
Like, when the kid got like cute by that fence and didn't kill him, he looked so pissed off. I was like, this is stupid.
Yeah,
It's just gonna go for a ride on that old fence like nothing.
Right.
madness. And this whole thing, the sense of affection, I saw the late Jurassic Park and thought it was the worst movie ever made.
What did you think was the worst movie ever made?
The newest Jurassic Park.
Like with Chris Pratt.
No. They made another one with like Scarlett Johansson. It's just, it just came out this week. I saw it like 5 months ago.
Right. Okay, I remember hearing about that. I did not see it. That's bad.
Oh my gosh, so bad. Horrible.
Um,
Like,
I
not
always I always hated the games. I shouldn't say I hated, but I was always envious when I would see screenshots of the game and I never could get to that level. And that always happened with me in Jurassic Park to drive the Jeep. I don't ever recall driving the Jeep. Maybe I did, but I don't really recall doing it. Um I do remember it was super cool being a velociraptor, being able to jump really like high. That was cool. Oh, back to Rampage. Okay, so I always one thing like, and because I didn't have anybody to like, I had to like do all this on my own. I didn't ever have anybody teaching me how to play it, and I would always mess it up. So you could be like King Kong or the Lizard or something else. What was the other thing?
the Wolfman.
There you go, the Wolfman. And I would,
Wolf with bat ears. You're
yeah,
like bat ears. You're a wolf.
exactly. And I would break down the building and I would always drink the bath water, which was like not a good thing to do, but I didn't know that. And you know what I'm talking about?
They spray you in the face so that you fall off the side of the thing because of it.
Right. And I would always choose, that was a cool game I remember because you could choose between the three guys, but I always choose the lizard because he was green and I like the color green then. Um, that was
You can
cool.
also accidentally pick your friends.
Yeah, that's right. You could play it multiple players and do that. Um,
If you played multiplayer and there was the free card, you could just ping pong the thing back and forth for points.
okay. All right.
That was fun.
That was a cool game. Uh,
You could eat the tank, people,
that's
and
right.
gain life.
Yeah, I thought that was always really cool. And,
If you eat the dynamite, you blow up and it would take you. So it's fun.
right. So that's the thing. Like I thought you were supposed to eat everything, but then I learned that you. And then I remember they had like giant chicken legs or something. Uh, I could be wrong on that, but there was something like that where you would
But
eat.
you're right, yeah, it's like a big thing. Like, that
Exactly.
was like itself.
Yeah. Exactly.
That reminds me of like Gauntlet.
Now that sounds familiar. What is that?
The red wizard badly. You need to open doors.
Sounds familiar.
You need to play as one of four characters, like a wizard, a Valkyrie, a fighter, or an elf.
Okay. Um, what were your thoughts on Mega Man?
So, Mega Man 1 was damn near impossible.
That's what I heard. I think I played it, but
Like, so hard. Mega Man 2 at least was easier, like playable. And then once you get to like Mega Man 10, it does be Super Nintendo.
yeah.
Very complex, very difficult. Right? And it's tedious. A lot of tedious, just constant tedious stuff.
There was a game, you're gonna know it. I forget what it was. But it's like you had real okay, it's like you were two American soldiers or something, and you had really big guns. And let me look it up. What was a Nintendo game?
Metal Slug,
What'd you call it?
Metal Slug,
I don't think it was that. I'm
talking
gonna
about
look.
the Tiger Warriors.
No, they were American, and you had like maybe you could make your arm into a gun or something. Uh,
Not Contra.
no, Contra was a hard game, wasn't it?
Yeah, and so but it was a Konami game. Up, like, down, down, left, right, left.
Right.
Works for it.
Um,
That's the thing for pretty much.
exactly. What was a Nintendo game? Oh, maybe with Double Dragon. Did we mention that yet?
But that's you're talking about like the American.
Yeah, maybe it wasn't Double Dragon. Wait, let me look up Double Dragon. Double Dragon was just hand-to-hand combat, right?
Yeah, but it's two guys and they're trying to save their girlfriend.
Yeah, maybe it was.
Sister.
Oh, Double Dragon. Once I see the art in the game, uh,
Did you ever play Metal Gear Solid?
the original,
Metal Gear? Yeah, on Nintendo.
no.
Yeah, I never played it either. Frankly, I never know it was just not for me. Did you play Metroid?
Yeah, a little. Like maybe I rented it or played it at somebody's house.
Yeah, that was a tough one too.
Right. Um. Okay. So then I don't know if you ever got into 32X or Sega CD. Did you ever get that?
Oh yeah, and I had a Sega CD. I had
Amazing. Okay, so you had a Sega
the
CD.
sewer game where you
I think we
go.
talked about this at one time. Maybe we didn't, but yeah, sewer. Uh, it's called sewer.
Yeah, you're killing all the rats from there.
Yeah,
Cleaning up like a little spaceship.
right. Sewer shark, and
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
and
It's kind of, that was a precursor to the Matrix.
I could totally see that.
Yeah,
Um,
that was what inspired the Matrix when they obviously just watched that and then kind of were like, oh, that's how all the underworld of the Matrix work.
uh, I hated sewer shark because there was one part that I could never beat. That like you had to pay attention to something, and I didn't know what to look for, and I played it so many times, and I just never could get past it, and I would die every time. That was the first.
I got Sega CD just for Dragon Slayer,
Okay, that was
just so I could play it. I spent so much money on that game and never beat it in the arcade, and then got the Sega CD just so I could play Dragon Slayer and beat it.
that was the first console that had a CD. That was a game changer because then you got like video in a game, and
Oh, and the game back then was way worse than they ever did now. Like, it was so interactive and cool, and like, it made you really feel like you're part of the game.
do you remember the boxing game they had for it?
Oh,
That game was amazing.
it was so in depth.
Right. I I'm gonna look it up right now. Um, it was called Prize Fighter, and it was amazing. And I remember playing it, and like I wasn't very good at it, but then I got better. And I I remember there was this girl you could flirt with, or, like she flirts with you in the movie, and it like truthfully motivated me. It was like, or in the game, it was like I gotta win this for this chick. Maybe she gets naked at the end of this. You know how it is as a kid, and because it's like you're seeing like adults, like who knows what's in this game. That obviously doesn't happen, but yeah, that game was amazing. They didn't make a lot of games on Sega CD. Though. Like it was kind of a half-ass attempt, and then PlayStation came and it just knocked it out of the knocked Sega. I mean, the Dreamcast was okay, but okay,
The funny story about Sega CD,
yeah,
maybe,
yeah,
I self-included, or your,
yes, they did. But why did yours get away? Exactly. I thought you were gonna say because there was something. Yeah, they were CDs for the first time. And if you've never dealt with
Yeah.
CDs, you'd think you could just oh
Those games, right, like, could be like, you know, you guys or whatever. Now you just waste it.
right. Okay, so do you remember the game Three Ninjas Kickback? Three Ninjas Back?
Yeah, I didn't play that, but I remember the movie.
Yeah, so that was a movie, that was a game that I played that was really cool, and you could be like, they call them like Tum Tum and like Colt and that's Rocky, Colt, and Tum Tum were in that movie. That was the first. That was like the first because like Karate Kid was a movie, but it was a little before my time, at least consciously. But Three Ninjas was like a martial arts movie. Might have been the first martial arts movie I ever saw. And the uh, another interesting thing about it was the grandfather was the same guy in Karate Kid, the Miyagi guy, and his grandkids were like kind of white looking. Like he was the grandfather, and so it was like two generations, and it was like, oh, you mean like an Asian guy can have like white grandkids? I didn't really understand how it all worked, but like, yeah, and he can love them and care about them and all this other stuff. Absolutely. Like basically, there was just something interesting to me about that. Like an Asian guy didn't have to have Asian grandkids. There could be like a mixed family, and it would be like still really fun. Um,
Way ahead of its time.
way ahead of its time. That was just like I'd never seen something like that. All right, so then the Adventures of Batman and Robin. I remember playing this game at some point somehow, and I remember it was hard. Um, all right,
I remember that game. I've always been
exactly, yeah, and I think it's because they have a lot of adults play them as well, and they don't want them to just be footballers. Yeah,
you can figure out how to flow. Just use the accessories that Batman has to make the game fun.
that's right. Um, Unlike Spider-Man games, which are usually amazing, a lot of because it's like this open world and everything. Batman games have very always been very clunky. All right,
I've never, Batman as a character, I've never liked because he's such a jerk. He's a billionaire, and all he wants to do is go beat up like great level crime.
I am.
He just spends his money like, getting a better movie for us, so it's fun.
I get that. We haven't talked about sports games too much, but I've always been into sports games. Go Walsh College Football. That was big on uh, EA or on my first like introduction to EA Sports. Um, I'm looking. There was one Bram Stoker's Dracula. I don't think I ever played it, but I remember it was like there weren't that many games I remember available for this. I'm looking through them right now and like what ones I really recall. Um, let's see here. Do,
Like baseball,
so I played a bunch of baseball games. The big game for me on Sega was Triple Play. Do you remember this game?
I don't.
Oh,
First one that you
it was amazing.
don't get Nintendo, you can save
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That's right. I do
it.
recall.
Your team temperament, like you get credit for the game you play.
I
And
re-
then you can use that money to hire new players.
yeah, and they how did they do it? They kept a little battery in it, right?
I guess, yeah. Like, I mean, some of the batteries went out and we replaced.
Right, exactly. I do recall some of these. Um, okay, ESPN Baseball Tonight. That was for Sega CD, and I had that, and that was cool. Um, let's see here. Uh,
like Jaws?
The game
Yeah,
on what? I don't recall.
that was on Nintendo.
Yeah, maybe I played it. That might be it. All right. Um.
Whatever.
Okay. All right. I'm looking. Did you ever play the Terminator?
In the arcade or on the Nintendo? I think arcade version. What?
Yeah, I think here. Um. All right. Like, okay, I'm gonna read these games. These are all Sega CD games. They say these are the top 25. Like, I've never heard of any. 25, Lunar, Eternal Blue. 24, Brutal, Paws of Fury. Stop me if you've heard of any of these. 23, Night Trap. Like, I never saw any of these. 22, Popful Mail, Magical Fantasy Adventure. 21, Flink. 20, Vague. 19, Keo Flying Squadron. 18, Fatal Fury Special. That looked familiar, but I only played that in a arcade, and I'm sure you probably did too. If you saw it, you would be like, yeah. 17, Soul Feast. 16, Shining Force CD. 15, Earthworm Jim. I played Earthworm Jim. I don't know if I played it on Sega CD necessarily. It was always an interesting idea that you're playing as an earthworm. Oh, dude, back to uh back to Nintendo. Did you ever play Battletoads?
But I beat that first. I've gone all the way through.
That's a hard game.
Yeah. The hardest part is when you're on the bike, you gotta, get the fast level up and down. Of course, we had to like map that one out.
Right. Um, there was Sonic CD. I played that on Sega CD. Uh, dude, all of the games that they listed here, I've never heard of any, except for Sonic CD. Uh, I just, you were absolutely right when in terms of like, I've never had to take care of CDs before, and I didn't know that you couldn't just, like you said, leave them on a table. Or, fortunately, I don't ever recall not being able to play a game because it was scratched. Like, but like my games got really fucked up. Like, but they still work. Um, all right, and then trying to think of any other uh games that I had that were like,
Did you ever play pro wrestling?
oh yeah. Okay, so on Nintendo, I played WW WrestleMania. I played a bunch of, okay. So there, well, I think there was a pro wrestling game, but then there was WWF wrestling. I think it was called WrestleMania, or maybe just the WWF. Let me look up the name of it.
Okay. I just gotta grab a bucket.
You're good. Yeah, it was called WWF WrestleMania, and it was amazing. You could be Hulk Hogan, you could be Honky Tonk Man, and I used to love his song. I used to think he was Elvis. Um, you could play as Andre the Giant, Macho Man Randy Savage, Million Dollar Man, who I thought was cool, Bam Bam Bigelow, who I didn't really like at the time, but I kind of like a lot now because his whole like flame, I don't know how else you want to call it, like on cars, that like hot rod attitude became really popular, and the Honky Tonk Man.
Or you had like cartwheel move too.
Yeah, that's right. I do remember that. And that was a really good game. And then for Super Nintendo, I would rent these games a lot. Uh, they had, oh, there was another WWF game for uh, Nintendo. I want to say it was maybe there was only one, but no, there was one that had. Yeah, that's right. I had that on Game Boy. There was one that had the Ultimate Warrior in it, and um, he was
And this place was clear as well.
yeah, exactly. It was called WWF WrestleMania Challenge, which was different. And they also had in it uh, the Big Boss Man, and you could play as um, okay. They don't say who you can play as. It looks like Ultimate Warrior, Macho Man, Andre the Giant, Big Boss Man, Hulk Hogan, and I want to say you could play somebody else. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Uh,
fix it.
all right, you knock yourself out. Oh, here's who you could here's who you could play as: Hulk Hogan, Andre the Giant, Macho King, Randy Savage, Ultimate Warrior, Big Boss Man, Brutus the Barber, Beefcake, Ravishing Rick Rude, Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
You know, give him the tank and make sure that the lever is cleared.
Okay. Yeah,
Working, you can bend it.
yes, but yeah, I got you. Yeah, thanks, Johnny. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I don't think so. Right now. So.
All right, you do that. I'm gonna get some sleep. We'll catch up again.
Nostalgia as nostalgia AF and nostalgia is fun.
If you have to watch the drop it, that's where you face it.
I was just looking at it, the video quality is great, so now we'll have a chance of
Yeah,
take care.
What up, big dog?
How are you, Legion Whisper? Long time no see. Okay. How are you? Excellent. All right. Did you make your videos yet? Okay. So where can I see your videos? You can send it to Discord, or you can send it X, whatever one we've been communicating. Send it in X. We've been communicating it.
I'm really, I need money.
Well, I'm not the guy to go for it. That's for you to be able to market yourself, and you can.
Yeah, with them,
Every day's a holiday. Every meal is food. I've been really well. Thank you. Seen some really great growth on Twitter. And I want the same for you, big dog.
right, like, okay, I'll see you.
Okay, hey, you should also know if you can't get Sora to work, you can use Grok. Download the Grok app and you can make videos, okay?
Limo, yeah.
Grok app. GROK. You're welcome, big dog. Take care. Thanks, big man.
So I suggest the brain is empty. State. It can collapse into threat. So you go state. High strategy stuff. When it comes to in the late 18th century, threats during the same period, Britain, or actually one that was just less than
Oh, no.
had a series of wars between 1806 decisively notably or in the south and the center and in the process British the Ganges River, seizing many of the famous states along the period. There was no longer any deficit. Britain very messy. It's like these events are usually interpreted as Europe's military superiority. Throughout this period, British strategy was to stop expansion. As a chief official, desire to conquer this political lines. India who tried to to minimize confusion. This video referred to Richard as Arthur anachronistically as King. Together, alongside other German officials, only produced these examples of European interest. South Asia, states where we will go over the situation in the 90s. Let's examine by the 1790s, European states had collectively India for nearly subcontinent. Part of this was to characterize society Oriental, such as caste and military. All allegedly in that's how we are. When it came to political dynamics, Indian states were under conditions akin to many European. Yes. All 18th century Europe, Indian rulers did not have central to extract their military resources from their lands to have. Which inevitably meant that resources for the just like was young and could reorganize and lead networks to dominate and take the resources reorganize and dominate, which led this began a self-reinforcing cycle to reduce the number to figurehead and independent states. You may have heard of it. Over the course of the 18th century, South Asia experienced cycles at a higher level. The lost power to Maratha also occurred during the constellation of practically independent over several regions. Switch support to whichever such an environment themselves. One also hired from an extensive economy, trading in professional and even cars. In fact, the use of was so predominant that Indians were such an actual fighting, and more about the constant negotiation to enemy forces. Agreeable terms. Mercenary costs greatly advantage both the regions of India, particularly the coasts, which makes these luxuries. But as with most strategy, success is less about spending them and more about spending them throughout this period. No more resource efficient military unit which would both conduct and be paid from. Like cavalry into Indian territory, Indian military period was best cavalry situated on the in the center, the great Maratha Empire, so the Afghans whose periodic subcontinent was of constant anxiety. 1790, picture was slowly political picture could offer trading companies who sold guns and instruments. European style infantry the same as before. The great lords the units to bring back against India is a process. The indigenous military methods clash with the basis in government. In particular, unlike cavalry, always compete for themselves through raiding. And that would require a larger and stable resource stream than the could provide. Just like indigenous ruler initiated centralization reforms to try and expand revenue lands. Some were their seaports as tax collectors. Others adopted tax files of how taxation rates permanently. All my source through the system and replaced it with a centralized bureaucracy built from scratch. Despite it all, these efforts yielded success. The indigenous continue to struggle with sidelined by centralization and the political device still European observers, with some warning that the British had immediately started before the Indians caught up and treated them from the trade. So the Europe's successful. In reality, the indigenous states performed mainly better for other not Westerners. The British were not only the source of technology and trade, so it seemed to balance against the Indians were asking nothing indicated that the British would ever build their own hegemony over India, at least not until having the late 18th century was as much a period of reform for the British Empire as it was for India. So much his Brits used it as a dividing line, separating the first British Empire focused on the Atlantic and the Atlantic British focused on Asia. British India itself reflects this change in this period, 1798, its leadership was the veterans of the American By the end of 1807, its rising stars would go on to enjoy careers in Southeast Asia. Generational change affected not just personnel, but also empire. In the 1790s, the first of the British Imperial the directors of the East India Company, or EIC, won this big series of the there was nothing that expenses and the acquisition of the intelligentalism guided British strategy during the late 18th century, which the videos used to have the reforms. It was a result of title, but these are the same that he was to establish a rational order of society. This thinking is often associated with reorganization because of but crucially for this organization, wanted to reorganize society even through non-revolutionary and promoting the rule of right and gentry rather than the person. Therefore, it says the British Indian policy from a different perspective constantly as the intention reform of the EIC, the better to make it less corrupt and rational. This eventually results in the evolution of ranging from microeconomics to education surveys. Secondly, for non-resident British society, secondly, believe that Indian strategy needed to be denationalized. Russia was defined from the British perspective as a post-European state. So India as Russia. I think the legislature was probably to release these first negotiation was to see its particular centralization efforts were as reforms prevented society Russia making use of the resources. So it was lastly, reformists also centralized government grand strategy of a rational analysis of British geographic position, comparative intelligence, and when taking into account such a grand strategy, the concept and territory and trade scope turn on the same populations especially that said, practical politics That was strategically just to be absolutely sure that his colleagues to expand even as a subject of attached to each presidency. Consisting of indigenous states, subsidiary lines, accepted direction as part of affairs, and also subsidiary alliances bring the EIC to the British also had a alliance with India, having suffered a experience in 1790. In perspective, one of the most important relationships was, in fact, not landed power with the emperor. The upper now, the city of Delhi that most of us something as a source of legitimacy endorsement justified no exception. Afterwards, not the as a result, the previous governor general had to put certain outside the does not look like information about the states. Because the third image looks like this was the situation that greater than with his need for achievement in mind, you soon decided firstly, British India is fascinating. All the remaining occupied and the ISS constant has secondly, it would also begin the rationalization of the Europeanizing at the domestic level, making legal society to resemble the British experience and the international establishment regional state, British naturally as its head. Such changes would, of course, be to British exploitation, but so fully no release of such a policy is not so different from France's decades later. So subcontinent and to neutralize the EIC communication intelligence you website of this EIC spent acquiring territories and Apple Pay is part and it's and defeat enemy. Now, British bookie. 1998 revolutionary France, even a league Spanish any threat, nevertheless, playing out weak was a surefire way to Spanish. To be as British navies in the Red Sea progress. These seemingly conspiracy they try later and revolutionary all of them Prime Minister almost immediate. The regular ally of Hyderabad and the capitalist was a succession crisis. Here, it's challenged by a rival. Hyderabad seeks led by desperation. The heir sought out sorry, the French one. The British troops Hyderabad would be so it's one of the essential recognizing not only the military and the increases in late 1790s indigenous powers in India British. It wasn't even that to expel the French. Contrary to the narrative, French mercenaries were only interested in nonsense. So, granting them EIC shares that they could sell to Europe. In a single month, it had gained church, previous rulers had taken over, designed to serve to whet his appetite. Indigenous members of Kaiser Justice is quite close as Hyderabad. In any case, another target is the antique rat brains in real into the Mysore Yam, expanding the number of seaport infantry preparing for any conduct innovative experiments with introductions. Muslims but here we've seen your direction was ineffective and possibly frustrated the onset. A lot of very also running into problems as he very serious one. People raising healthy yeah, just such circumstances, but the solution for the free is that and to the fear of the ERC directors was finally wanting to EIC civil car accident. Therefore, shared the position and trees and one life attacked as soon as Mornington arrived. By now, the Governor General in the late 1798 address apparently responsible to oversee any as for officials thing actually is younger who at the time In India, typical of the political picture, Washington inserted Wellington into the staff of the army to help with the planning of the campaign and ensure that its commander, Lord Harris, actually carried it out. Wellington soon discovered that all of Harris's excuses of the outcome known during his conflict. There was a stinging in the west, gently in the east, and an invasion from the east by human. Therefore, that meant an inland journey of 500 kilometers through the zone of separation, which the Mysore light cavalry as the whole campaign takes place between October and November. After that, the famous Indians communications an actual Mysore, the British would need to rapidly maintain offensive. I need to see comprehensive logistics. Three forces needed to be supplied. U.S. Army number 3, a supporting force of 15,000, had a 7,000 strong detachment of the Army that would invade to these numbers were equivalent to European forces. But because Indian armies had looser regulations and accompanying the size of the combined British armies was pushed like 800,000 as a gateway. Moving state responsibilities was great. It was planning for this the Madras staff versus reputation orientation authorized hiring of supply trains. Equally, you also learned that intelligence we find ourselves towards the feudal lords sought revenge versus repression. Ultimately, Paris settled for a safe campaign strategy. It would use the same ways towards the and straight for his capital string of attacks. Military challenge stated the Madras and Mysore seemed to great population. The United States by 8,000 European troops, used for the Mysore's artillery, by the second, is inferior, and its fortress, especially logistics, November 1798, Wellington went for collaboration using team to fix the war. By now, nothing is easier than the sea. And there wasn't enough ladder to that's happening. Mysore, repression, even resigned to it. Final stand. Afterwards, draw into a string of Tipu could only pray for Sue to see. In the end, for the British. 1799. And Wellington, as commander of the opposition, yet again became a month later. Madras and Bombay armies inside the Mysore secret Victorian light cavalry. Paris was at Seringa during May, and the British promptly pushed in, killing his delayed monsoon to any rapid demise of some of the resistant European Wellington assessed attempt to adopt European methods in 1999, 3 decades British Indian forces. Furthermore, constitutionalization destroyed and encouraged Tipu should have just in the traditional Indian light cavalry manner, which, besides the aforementioned problem, had the advantage of being less familiar to Europeans, so that he better chance of slowing the British sooner. This has its it ignores that prestigious everything is tough. It's often against traditional cultures, but cavalry still constantly their prepared forces. The British were captured small mistakes and indictment. At the very least, equal sorts of complete transition out of feudalism. After all, the entire British becoming prompting angry protests from senior military officers, kind of like Wellington. And it was expected that he would perform similarly subject to but instead, this residual resistance was the heirs of a huge service would be agreed to accept. So, Mysore was central government allies now trying to take events to reach they were joined by seaports, many of whom had new sources of employment. I think the idea is to convince them that it's not significant movement in this regard was the so-called rebellion of one coalition in the frontiers of the military who were either of that has been in a sense, Rothschild was fairly standard under any overall efforts taken in order to expand to extract various benefits and not dealing with a particular Indian state. Which to me denotes to restore team training. Where the house largest of the wars by and at the same time, educated so that they would best understand and act. You had to recall this was a contract to the parliamentarians, the British associated with central governments, to justify the press, or society being depending on the comparison at the time. But before British even took the revolution, British had to answer a basic question: actually belongs to the Indian. Small territory were with British Hindu dynasty or the subsidiary but in the present and otherwise unconnected tax and material religious organizations had a say in civilian governance, not to mention various exiles now hemispheres structure based social mobilization understanding how to fully oversee ultimately decided down to two the reason because of structured power first local leader and capture would be reserved secondly they had universe. You would say from a person's perspective, and it's a sort of organization, surprisingly, access to such things as intelligence. Decentralized at the local level, and I think doing much of the progress states and competent businesses reality is quickly discovered that these were raised by the even every ranging from mixed to compulsory services, making the poor pay a share of the so the local gentry is socially responsible. implementing scientific performance going to the DMT demands of central government. We're now some kind of land, leading to an economy as well as for EIC. We arrived at this thinking how the social innovation that the British implemented in India to secure some kind of technology not guaranteed. Instead, they only had technical broken at any time. The British, such as this, was inherently discouraged from making to their land. So we sought to trials and up market somewhere. These so-called permanent settlements of gold and this security rights are regarded as a whole modern in which the British implemented this concept of gold to huge repercussions that of expectations and the reformist overorganization. But now, having to me and said, by the time Paris, with the British permanent settlement for southern India. Officials where the EIC, rather than letting the country see everything, land like the rest of the independence. The EIC has to know what national and so went to officials under their influence. King of the survived the table. Right there, decided as well as the British. It's nice to run the things something making the machine which were yet accept the Europeanization of the Asian government. This was a work, however, but you're right, the system still failed to meet expectations. This time, it was not surprising. Surveys and as an attempt to decide as the program. And so, just like the leader position, threatening as or even developed. This time, they have behavior around the country up to the time, so they still blame it. So there's some kind of time. The British also understood that they're already dealing with the easiest trade. I think you have to be pretty far outside. So the British reduced costs straight the latter as a result, India also started to be used to say as a position about reality that you do. We know behind the repeated policy social figures was the EIC's push to exploit the subcontinent and control the company. The high taxes and peasantry, even during times of slavery. But the way colonial exploitation worked was a more sophisticated which pillage that British rule is often caricatured as. Colonial America, British official India as a policy lab, assumed that find ways to administration and see where to stimulate development. After all, there was much about British let the killer, and to that, it's still recognized today as part of South Asia's transition into in that case, some in India, especially given the British success in America. Perhaps the biggest difference is that, like in America, the intention to erase society is blank slate. Reorganization. To their expectations. Forced work to the degree of wait, that's galaxies. As an example, over in 1799, they reached it. British fleet said that which is to what it comes. There was no question of retreat. Nor instead, the only solution was to argue that India's were subcontinent. British I endeavored to replace the existing Europeanized British in 2 short years, painted 2 of the indigenous advertisation. This feat placed him amongst the subcontinent. Much like his in fact, the conquest of Mysore seems that he interpreted significance. The British honored him with a aristocratic title. It was one peerage of Ireland. No idea. After all, British India's continuous subservience to the existing. Okay. It's the actual long-standing infrastructure is less than 1 first. Targeted subsidiary outlets of the RNC and paid with that. Who rehabilitated the British? They were still in states. Where you're within your blood. To those used to it, reasonable way to manage relations. Trust.
You can hear him going. Because it's the
Given for these subsidiary allies, particularly in southern India, to maintain contact.
and then I went up there and I see some commands and command center.
What was about to do, announcing the contact with these subsidiary allies as punishment that their rulers are controlled by the administration with no real means of existence. Now under direct accusation, annexation of the Middle Gallons in northern India. This time, were to behave European political ban. Fashion. As a case, a succession crisis was a particularly perilous time for any Indian prince or state, and as such, presented an ideal opportunity for the British to present their demands to, including vassal. This time, the succession crisis was a gradually not only part of the son as the British supported succession, sent him along the subsidiary allies request, and soon another India came under Morning neglect his specifically has described further independent contact with the Rothschild soldier.
The spacefaring mission.
All the subcontinental activity, it can be still locked in a broader and threats. Occasionally in plans. Significant episode when morning a detachment to the southern island of Ceylon could then operate against French and Spanish colonies around the Indian Ocean. This was a I thought tried to please for the senior commander to escape was forced to humiliate that we have occupied Egypt restoring that territory.
That is what we're right.
Situation back at the have to position as entirely Prime Minister, but in early May, Prime Minister over the Union of as a result of Norwegian's political
it's an existential crisis.
something was fear of another brother of the Governor General. It's not so bad. To buy some more to fulfill post this one undoubtedly the biggest challenge today.
We have to kind of be like, we're really got to get going, guys. We have to figure out what's the better way.
Organization. At the same time, India continually Richard Wellesley, unsatisfied.
In front of our eyes.
Increasing time pressure to society. for success. Actions are often bullied or even attacked. Despite this, people that as officials could see them as a certainly fell into a conceptual trap. I was part of a hierarchy under the Peshwa. I see the Peshwa to control all the Moroccan lords. This was a basic misunderstanding of the expenses quiet, as we will see. Intelligence will be helpful if the interpretation of said intelligence is fundamentally that's the time that the British made this mistake. Because of that, information to some direction, push hard. Throughout the century, the relentless competition between the lords began centralizing taxation. The help of like in order for a guy to civilization was completely 10,000 I see an even larger number of traditional light inevitably recyclable material that we then back into the center of young pressure around the second ruler Maharaja of the Shin trial as well. This task, the cards early Russia initially the light drone to because it's so great, everything's so trials capital were defeated and Shin as the are stupid great and go massive Mornington on the surface whereas morning deep and brings life as a person might not be enough so much as such regardless of the strengthening domestic position, officers. As a result, Steve Washington, one South Jewish Stevens Rock, as expected, we said that anything involved with the entrepreneurs well, resistance of the Muslim campaign. Even though the cats all that's a great strategy. That's a the strategy. So why did you strategy also without a place to be as a result of Two clients had much less essentially with a goal to identify energy concentration. Let's try to figure out it's the likes of Donald Trump. How is precisely the broadcast like don't space and especially also inside the great British region. They primarily center on also instead of a jurisdiction out there. History like their most recent there also not being tenaciously as infantry, like significantly off the road. Why can't it actually much in retrospect? Underestimated the damage that the mercenary exodus was doing to the units. They developed to pursue not adequate just 2 years ago. Like this is sorcery. The start of the war was 1903. It's an art opposite the first major the Peshmerga's capable just from him figuring out that now to obsolete without more than a token to his defense. Rehired. He was not for 15. Strategy. Now spread his army to lightly armed columns and his position. The army is arrived in the process of taking multiple detours to upgrade the result, the next 2 months, dispersing them to Albania traditional in late September, narrowed down the location of the reconcentrate this updated intelligence that reviewed 50,000 strong army seaports was actually concentrated not far from where he was at the village of Rothschild. At this point, he had about 10,000 troops with him. Half of them were regular cavalry unsuited but everything to this because Joe Massey to his campaign experience to see the Marathas vastly inferior British forces. He therefore his numbers resulting Wellington's division. He first tried to approach only for the Marathas seaports to read him into the then opened fire, silencing the light British cannons. They advancing it. The Europeans, in particular, were decimated, and only by throwing in the entire reserve rallied its troops, and Wellington stabilizes the lines enough to get them to the Marathas hands. And the Marathas were eventually the first to retreat within their range when taken. In the end, 50% of Wellington's armies were in the battle with the army lost about 6,000, which routing baggage and the seaports themselves. So they were interested in less than watching the mercenary exodus and Wellington just leadership and reinstalled that the British would have defeated outright. I think Alabama was an entirely unnecessary risk. One of Wellington's only because he had the idea of how his enemy the tribe called the Wellington learned from the experience, and then weeks after that, the intelligence strategy assessment of these no longer would he remain about the operation. Instead, Wellington's forces were now being to send to needed to pay for research and also at the same time, unbloody half of his force, large days, extorting utilize them as a resource base. The EIC higher should they influence history Hungarian soldiers were decided to accept the traditions of Judaism. Shifted resort to the same at the start of the war. Wellington for an armistice to use it to realize Maratha's logistical routes but the British were not taking his entire army this time. Wellington marched towards Shenandoah, led our army, joined up with the and argued for the contribution of the armistice during this report. They were initially heavily by the Americans. With that side, the result of this victory that shattered today's hopes in the defense of all of us. Of all his treasures, long after there were no resources left to maintain their existence. Very soon, the height of Wellington's career was hardly experience from the Irish. Nevertheless, his strategy achieved what he needed to do in the theater. In 5 months, British Indians had seized control for the second strengthening its protection, domination, and the Peshawar. Wellington had not discouraged their infantry was meant to be a sideshow to the main event. Doesn't matter. It doesn't apply to the previous chapters. When morning, whether to rationalize the times, they would not really focus on the Peshawar was rarely toward the main. Instead, he was more interested in the Maratha holding steady of their territory, especially the region. Wellington expected that Hindustan's capture would encourage his government corruption, and therefore, his bosses also allowed the British to dominate the kings of his tribute country was actually not just the countries that counter at the start of August 1893, Hindustan was held by the great Rothschild Lord Rothschild used its expression and masterwork to field a formidable seaport where an half of you already seen in the other half of the ship is the French were searching the house because the house has been defending the region the EIC it's made up led by Charlie and go armed as number of 10,000 sisters several thousand Europeans as well as rebellion on the Hindustani border so being attached just like the Wellington seems to have to keep figure out a way. It's not too itself his secret relation that he served in the opposing army. The enemy assessment could an effective strategy to the upcoming campaign. Again, just relatively flat hills only emerging at the edges of the creeks of the region, the branches that are north, the Yamuna in the center, and the south. Therefore, the main obstacles to the that was afflicting the Deccan at this time was afflicting the region. Which extended the defenses of the including the famous Red Force, Delhi and the obsolete modern artillery, and the number of troops by both sides. It was little something late where the same also held for the other side. The Rothschilds or any other opportunist potentially wherever to remedy with the same warnings that had already given late by allowing the Bengal army to prioritize capturing Delhi over the defense of even Bengal itself. Nevertheless, similar to the underlying logic behind a quick strategy, they decided that aggression might show strike chance will drive events towards a rather than a expensive unlike political instincts. Lake was not to charge maybe that's what it is. Because first, he did not rate it makes any before getting down process until he easily minimal risk. So weird. It's like, let's just by a impressive example version. This might be of the subconscious. Time. As you explained in practice, mercenaries, in fact, even including offering hierarchies, triggering escape, the results was not really the outcome. Subversion. State 3 through Lakes finalizing his preparations against the value. Is this really the way? He clashed with Shinde's army under the coalition. A token resistance falling back unreliability. Supposed to be entirely into the army. As a result, the Rasta army and anti-Pokemon factions, stoking mutual suspicion and hostility amongst the sepoys that persisted. In mid-September, you offer especially man reality to help and then the surrender to you for a while hiring to capture the second city of as the seaboys inside Russell Red armies were soon defeated and having suffered more casualties. He is one piece. Army as late as war. Second standing attacks. Century. Year 6. The second also formalized the empire. Mandated that all communication between them be conducted by the translation of these processes. Nobody else the ability to even approach the power that wielded was not as easy. In fact, according to being officials and even further expansions at the EIC. And they definitely did not show the region as the land of easy tax and tribute. This directly led to as the enraged creatures of the EIC were now lobbying the Prime Minister to remove more others. And perhaps rather than with the there was still debate that they had not subjugated. What does that mean? Just making it up. Is it just a myth? Is it different like British Indians had within Peshwa and destroyed the European armies in the process. Not just the core also the regions of life. Emperor or we something very different. At this point, the chief official of British India, the Earl of finally considered his expansion as a great talk about the new territory. So it had to be defended and since we're now and wanting to the EIC refused anymore. This was dangerous, considering that the British had that if the Greek foot is true, lesson cards under their leader Yeshua to confront British India
There's a spectacular restoration. And when the British and also whole cars structures that presumably having no love for his dynastic rival Shindig, whole car expected the two to lock themselves into an exhausting stalemate. Whatever he as such, extremely fussy. Not only was the transit at the expense of his rivals, also of becoming the vascularization of his nominee. By the separate pushing it of the nearby Rothschild. The main effort in this regard until the last prefix position that you have to come to. Nevertheless, the strategy for this is to reduce pressure at the time. On the one hand, his cavalry could isolate and destroy construction and make use of it. On the other, the territory was basically covered with the car contributed to airlifters to redirect and collapse the British position in that spectacular. Like all against the cause of the war cavalry. He launched a large raid against Rothschild town. His flag not just in the person, but also to be made known to me itself. The commander of the body is struck whose rulers had been injured. Treating at this point, like the assuming that the person had been safely contained, leading up to the tugboats and Gulf to usurp British ground extent. 3,000 seaports under his support to continue securing South Dakota captures tried to contain the British reinforcements that was removed to be more weird thing that went to have positions or frustration. I decided to begin with drawings, which like calculus, reappeared behind him. Napoleon's years later, Taylor wrote a career and what they did was picking up surprise carrying package and stopped panic. Collapsed. All of this I guess abandoned everything. Just shut its gates to defect to all cars. Over the next 2 months, this sequence repeated itself over and over again until it by himself. Having lost all his time, up to the process. Left a hole with it. Terry the rich and hidden plates. As soon as he heard later he realized that he had lost his strategic change, everything like to rise the cities of Delhi and the ocean much delayed momentum. In mid-September, that's when he repeated I'll let a 60,000 lay out the tracks the big secret opportunities looking to exploit British weakness and profit. Doing this, of course, even this campaign would let us know about getting the rulers to submit to paying and the latter, he was quite successful with his massive convincing nature to the side. Regarding the former, less it's use of cavalry linked to nevertheless, over the next week, particularly taking the state, and eventually the face of the lake, and he was localized to pick the whole house. Now that he actually has something of the other help, he can finally start regaining control of the situation. Accordingly, he sent the army to its cavalry and infantry components. He sent them out on the second of the veins. First, they personally led the big on a chase. There's similar opportunity for early no better similar, literally matched the surprise and stood cars connected and night banking. The cavalry decided to build both the guards for a fashionable position. What is the guard is again for having to make a little large with metal and damage to pick up monsters and build the strong one of the keys to this regard was state of the university and digital between September and May. Recapture too much. Both British Indians was always and the British prestige amongst the indigenous folks. India, which is somewhat known as
made in the context that was made in January 1805, was still busy seeking Iraq for needed to stand again to trigger its defection. Anyone caused victories or city captures to see cause September. So no longer at shore victory. As such, likely this integrant that Holocaust countermeasures to operate without this legislation. And so, within a few months, they were again Holocaust was playing out. British Indians defeated Rothschild took advantage of the British. They agreed to their peace treaty with the tribe. This was desperate diplomacy, at least prevented Holocaust from regaining momentum, especially now under British occupation, existing countless no longer achieving either particularly and his lives were much further back than where he had intended to be. But his original strategy was in place. Slowly but surely, Holocaust army, like slaves, began to wither in lack of funds. Nuts. And this is, this is 1805. Holcar made victory. Like an empty village in the earth. The result of the lakes followed him where there's no cars, no continued on to the west. By December, Holcar was in the thick holy city of Amritsar. As Maharajas were able to reach the level of even the full army yesterday had ultimately the safety of their empire. And with his last hope gone, the nasty shock. It's not hard to imagine that more states taken advantage of Monsters defeat and compiled India, according to might have lost all of its reasoning have a basic It's also interesting to see how since took longer to defeat Holcar's traditional cavalry raiders compared to the seasonal clean. This does reflect familiarity with the military methods, and Holcar likely also considered not like how he was various mercenaries. But it's probably too much to extrapolate because Indian military organization firstly, as mentioned before, indigenous seagulls are very effective against other indigenous forces. Holcar's success is defeat rather than consistent. And Maratha General Lake resuming manual south with the Maratha seafares and British Indian forces in pitched battle. Holcar's light cavalry, despite their massive numerical superiority, destroyed any defended city they would have inflicted much damage when they not the British forces. Doesn't run the enemy and safety. Yet eventually entire EIC was rapidly entering such a British managed to stabilize the situation and push back. But Holcar's king was running to help in July 15th, a letter from EIC headquarters and the Governor General since the disaster and the basis removing him from office. What's more, the company made sure that the replacement was to be a deal solely focused on making profit rather than on grand schemes of engineering. So by the time the final piece of negotiations in December 1805, India had not only rejected the expansion, it was actively trying to improve the political territories and political obligations, and therefore agreed to the subsidiary alliance with Bonsley and the Rothschild states, and at one point even considered abandoning Delhi itself. These are called so he called my domain merely attempt to apply free hand in Ashburton and perceived help the British. The EIC, the Indians have finally enjoyed some peace, at least for the next few years. Anything like this, and the peace with Hong Kong will be to last decade in South Asian history. Between 1799 and 1806, the near 7 years, British India had not yet also seized control of the Mughal and Rothschild rivers, realizing its position as a spiritual and subcontinent. As at the expense of the indigenous tribes, Hyderabad was the greatest influence to the vast and conquered and neutralized as vital never dismissed by the end of this period. The strategy makers stewarded this expansion and all moved from office. Victims of the organized EIC and reimposed its properties on British India. Governor General Rothschild, as mentioned, was fired in mid-1805, and so the his brother had already left India earlier that year. Even John Blake signed his command shortly after the final peace with Hong Kong to protest the abandonment of his colonies by the new IC declaration. There's no reason that these men returned to Great Britain Napoleon by his nomination. Initially cared about Wellington and nothing else. Nevertheless, the achievements of men were soon recognized that they would play leading roles in the British government at the time, which was even in Nigeria. As for British the EIC and Rothschild had won in 1807, they could not turn the clock back, and imperial expansion gradually worked its way to colonial strategy. In 1817, Baji Rao rebelled against British control in the as a result, and the Maratha and Rajput states were revassalized. British India was compelled to continue expanding to India's lands, fueling engagement with the nobles, the Afghans, the Sikhs, the EIC could not stand the hierarchy of diplomacy within the British political and administrative and future Governor General to Europeanize Indian society. In time, they would even go beyond the land reorganization mentioned in free and independently in cultural realm, most notably independent traditional widow sacrifice. The EIC itself would not be spared from attack, as its monopolies would eventually be extinguished in favor of free British trade. This drive to reform India to its halt the Indian rebellion of 1857. Also, the culmination of the reform as the Mughal Empire, whose priority it represented was in favor of the Europeanized states of the British Raj. Nobody is listening to music. In assessing the impact of the British conquest of India from 1798 to 1806, literature attests to Wolseley and Howe's experience as a general achieved his military approach against Napoleonic France. Frankly, he's rather record on the scouting what he had learned there. Instead, his battles in Europe, the Empire's relatives his highly aggressive approach, and instead, cautious style. Japan mountainous In fact, the most impactful military event of this period was the catastrophe of the as British citizens tried the security of India. They had good reason to fear as Monson demonstrated that any defeat could be seen as a sign of military and therefore turned to a signal for Indian lords to defect. From now on out, every battlefield lost in the subcontinent, especially in the northwest, sent the British into a strategic panic, and to avoid this, they would adopt a forward strategy to push the battle as far away from India as possible, leading to the famous Japan's invasion in the midst of conflict. Continued with strategic analysis, despite the huge expansion of British India under his administration, it's not clear that the Indians and Brits were actually a net benefit for Britain, at least in the short term. While on paper, he did gain more resources, the government was too overstretched to exploit them. And British increased the EIC's profits. Wellington's wars didn't actually add to British power. If anything, by risking the possibility of having as the need, the government has recognizing the existing benefits of British India was already leaving. Of course, in the following decades, Britain will benefit hugely from exploiting India as a resource base linked to the market. This didn't make more sense to delay expansion until then. As for the indigenous powers, their fleets were a great reminder of what often happens in non-aligned states. Ideological stage in the power struggle between Britain and revolutionary France. Try and avoid committing themselves to either side, especially since being explicitly pro-British Sultan guaranteed British India while being a pro-subsidiary ally lots of independence. This likely explains why so many Indian warriors factions within their courts and militaries, despite revolutionary France's inability to do anything for them. States of freedom, allowing them to set their own agenda, and perhaps see an excess of British and French resources. But if that was the intention, then in reality, alignment is described as a major strategic mistake. Securing their freedom to maneuver inside the indigenous states in British India, as Wellington directed their attempts to put some British influence in its revolutionary France. To an extent, this outcome was unforeseeable, as Wellington was unprecedentedly like British leader, but ultimately he was appointed and served by which indicates that, to some extent, was no longer willing to tolerate Indian non-alignment. The reason for this attitude was found in the nature of the broader Anglo-French context. An ideological demonstration where a compromise peace was deemed impossible. British strategy aimed to completely overpower France, by mobilizing and optimizing whatever resources within its grasp, and as seen in Part 1, with the indigenous states, British resources considered India within their grasp as both the grains and sphere of influence, and as such, they expected Indian states to use their resources in a way that supported British strategy. So in this charge, compromising environment, by really refusing to conform to British desires, not only the states affected and perhaps unknowingly themselves out as British enemies, and all the inevitable reckoning deeper own indigenous treatment and resistance. In the end, only Hyderabad, the power that aligned itself with Britain, managed to survive this period with its signing position largely intact. Interestingly enough, Britain was doing India, revolutionary France was doing in Europe at the same time. States from Portugal to Sweden, Spain, due to their failure to align with French strategy. It is only one of the many parallels that can be drawn between the regions. Others include
abuse of vassal states, the media reporting and facilitated even ultimately downfall society. Revolutionaries themselves superior political highway which justified the conquest, exploitation, and reorganization of their quota. In this way, it's been argued that the revolutionary movement and the ideology and imperialism were actually manifestations of the same trend. Enlightened abilities in Europe see the tendency to carve scientific categories and run societies based on material of course. So given similarities between the British and French attempts at regional hegemony, why did Britain ultimately succeed in India and fails in Europe? The common explanation usually revolves around a lack of selling unity. The European states, notably Russia, hardly covered any better in this period. Another explanation focuses on the military advantages of the indigenous Indian armies. Forces were arguably just as disadvantaged of the military innovations of France. Nevertheless, the annihilation of the process, however, France's control. Both countries were even strong enough to resume defeats. This resilience contrasts with the near collapse of the Indian power after one or two decades. The result of Europe's intense bureaucratic period, which allowed states to nuclear resources at an exceptionally efficient rate. Austria had hundreds of thousands of extra arms, while the Indian powers, although struggled to create the tens of thousands of Austria's armies. Unlike the Indian powers, it was never rendered completely never in control and their disaster civilization. In their defense, the indigenous Indian powers were already the earliest European states to try to address this bureaucratic deficiency through centralization. In any case, achieve the disadvantage needed to secure these European interior. That would have contributed to success in French favor, their contrasting approaches to governance. France, societies, the French appetite for change was far larger than the British feminists. In particular, while putting committed itself to that and in the organization they made, which was already the type of enough, the British demanded still redistribution of feudal abolition and cultural change calendar itself. Surprisingly, this meant that the French was constantly blamed by the resistance, particularly even cultures and chains places like Belgium or Switzerland, which suffered resources. The primary economic struggle, by contrast, resistance was manageable during the time in office, and it's no coincidence that the greatest challenge for British India during the 19th century, the Indian Rebellion in 1857, also began using this culture. When they wanted last year, they also mentioned the accidents of history that facilitated the British conquest of India between 1798 and 1806. Illustrated high-level events in the 1790s, the accumulation of the powerful Marathi lords, the various succession crises, led Morton to seize large swathes of territory without fighting. Fratricide was taught that the prevented enemy attacks in the subcontinent. Along these events could have been predicted. The impact on indigenous states is a symptom of the aforementioned bureaucratic deficiency in during this time. Without a strong bureaucracy, combined continuity in government, an experienced military with an untested successor was always going to result in a period of extreme state extremely heavily resistant requests for extended periods of time, especially against the post-colonial element that did not have such vehicles like British Indians. Instead, as well, the story of the British conquest of India from 1798 to 1806 can be said to revolve around this theme of steel capacity. But in the 18th century, the advantage that the post-colonial European states enjoyed here was so great that a new generation of British exemplified their government already to the time of the in some continent that was needed to maintain British power against revolutionary threats. And while the campaigns of Generals Harris, Wellington, and Reed much to make the reformist vision very much helped by the fragility of the indigenous Indian states, whose feelings of nothing were sustained the most of resource mobilization needed for the successful resistance. The immediate result was British hegemony and Europeanization, but in the process, really resilient to state developments and part in European society. The modern states of South Asia are direct descendants of this tradition, and so in this sense, the British colonists of feudal India also towards the beginning of their birth. Thanks for watching our video, and please like, subscribe, and hit the bell icon. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them in the comments section. We have So this first study was done just a couple of years ago. It's like a they want to show safe what people are going the very first person to do it was a guy at work.
What's interesting, how this is intelligence. Now, with the research organization of life that isn't simply trying to explain DMT. It's fascinating. Let's treat it like that too. As a research just simply structure is highly complex. So we send in experts, mathematicians, we send in a mathematician to study the topological space, to study how the space is structured. The entities, they often try to communicate. They use strange symbols and strange code. They send in a linguist to study the language and say, oh, it's sending specialities to actually study the entities. And what's even better, even nowadays, is that actually they have retreats that have strong research and provides the antidotes that is safe. Perfect setting. Research studies. It's also going to be open to. So if you think about research it's not just anyone. Sysmonly.com. Setting on the other sessions using the DMTX technology as a vast dates of highly Debasement and inflation. Real time. Talk. Oh my God. Yeah, and this is inside. Just enough time for things. Yeah, in other words, unlike there's evidence and I go to work with no sex science to start that the most beneficial drugs which is destroy they're drugs which is the sign of twisted sick culture it's kind of what I was talking about the chaos. So that's just yeah. I'll check. Do you see? You understand? I think there's also a giant shift. What works are the right some soldiers have come back. This used it. Benefits. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Other things are just in the story. It's always good. Join us, Paul. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. And places for the doctor. Thank you very much. What people do they really, looking back at this argument, not an argument, this argument was made in 1920. People were saying the same thing on both sides, they're saying, right? But
It's so good. Now that voice then the back.
Oh, yeah.
Your quotation. It's you can hear it. It's so many ways. Guns too. Started with your kids. Know your protection. You see it. Like throw sometimes it's
I found that when I got it worse. I'm like, bananas at the store. Like, where's bananas? I don't get it. Just hold it in there.
There's less what you may
No, like, I'm it's right.
that's
I think
that's not
more complicated.
It's crazy.
I just look out here.
Well, it's very
I just felt like it was
I'm not sure.
Life and their information from people.
Oh yeah, he comes back. He's weird. He's weird.
And I guess have a little bit for joining the circus.
It's kind of
Yeah, so but like I think that little the focus and the long It was fun. But I so 100 days are behind me. Yeah. It changes things. He was
Any other
really do like literally after over to me like a dog. Like, so after we changed my mind.
Just for real.
My dad, like, all that stuff.
Continue to sustain. China to Europe.
Especially I have a foundation called my Nation Foundation. It started from 2009 and back in the day. We just I think animals everywhere, whether it's deer or great dogs or certain parts of it just kind of platforms, well, we advocate for this. We don't have shelters. We don't have lots of shelters, we say, because my mom and dad were probably scared a lot, and so mom, like, just because we started as a rural, you know, we live in the country, and so from the shelter, as a teenager, volunteering, so, you know, she's sort of in the shelter, just because that's her background. And so it was not like I was talking to myself and something that you're passionate about that you want to give back to. So we started it. Basically, we raise money to give shelters all over the country. Every year we give a grant to shelter in every state. Tried it on repeat. There's just so many that need help.
Not nearly as bad as when I first met her. When I first met her, she had like hives if she would pet the dogs, but so I was not good at washing the dogs.
Yeah.
But if you don't understand dogs are like extra your love and your money from the bee, whatever the level's at now, like for sure.
I just like, I'm in Nashville, I'm coming to Austin at the time, and it's like the two of the worst places. How long have you been?
Last year, super troll. UFC.
Express Right now, so it was we know where it was. I mean, I had a point with someone like couldn't shake it. And was like, oh, that's a little bit I had a kids but show it first and backwards. I had 5-year-old. This family, he's always knowing the
Uncommon knowledge. Your comments material. Dr. Thomas is my guest. History and social policy institutions. Origins tend to concentrate. In particular, explain that. Do you ever like go around pictures and primary intelligence. Give yourself sort of brand. You got to charge it. Regulated comment. Number of watch YouTube videos, 2009, There's always a moment when you're around you knew to be inspired.
Yeah. Resources that reminds me of how that reminds me to
States Coast. It's good. Great to see this government space restrictions on it.
and you're now you're
I get to feel it. I get to feel it. Just I had to see somebody else experience
it's a reminder. So people ask me this, like, dude, this, like, I get I don't really have
and many procedures.
No, it's not up to you. And I think that's why I like it.
Banks of the lender. So long. We are.
Pressure to consistent retail banks. Sure, like take YouTube. WeChat Bank sells good. This is like many man. Yeah, because they got eclipsed. That means very hesitant to let them have this. Absolutely. They're not related to type of ordinary life. So, get it. And so, I think in Massachusetts, this is what is this?
Like
Because
so, and that was like trying to, you know what I mean?
For as long as I was president of the United States. President George Bush. It was I want to hear a lot more. It was like this is like the what do you dress like? Going on the house city. Six. Stars. DraftKings, the number one. San Diego. And we get $300 pure bet in partnership with DraftKings. Like that crown is yours. So it's your text home.
This is things that it's just this is
made in the first place. It's great.
Family still there, but I enjoy like really nursing because I'd never done that. Not really a funeral, but I was like, yes.
Because you saw so
Just have to find together, especially if you're like that. You know what I mean? So,
I wouldn't say that. There was why by get because feel like so I should I'm trying to say it's they're way more coordinated guys would sort of things out. Just price it
makes sense. I mean, please not travel 5 minutes. Anyway, it's hard to say. Back in the day, there's so much.
Treasures. It has a lot of strength. This is from decades after nation. Stay politics. Aspects of this work. Decades after in that game, systems real players play every day like interventions. A lot of ways. We can look at this keys. Take us to another wants controlling the emergency your base like perfect position and once that was sure you go on there's a thing called being being built besides it's like calm that comes around. Something terrible is happening. All the season. And can't travel fix things. We need to make six.
earlier in high school, I was college, I was like,
Shortly before administration, because really sick first. For someone who is a real desire to ISIS kids, you can deal with things. Like, they're never going to happen. System that's so That's one kid. Yes. Really start don't trust doing something. Professionally. If you want something cheap, you can always want something cheap. It's just that you follow the things like taxpayer, by the way. That was the further. So lots of this. Now, it was easier for
someone that in your childhood or high school years that turns things around for you. I got like art teacher, Caldwell, and she taught speech, and I was terrified. There was the shyest kid ever. My parents were very vibrant and personalities, and like I couldn't afford it at once, so I just didn't talk to them. Just constantly has some little cop stories from the flash days. So she told all her cool stories, and so I just was really shy. And my little brother was the same. We just weren't very. I somehow got attention and didn't put different classes, like my junior year of high school. And I got shoved in a class where there was no spot, and it was speech honors, and it was a debate class. And like that is not my life. I was panicking. My mom came up to school. I was so panicked. I was like, I can't do this. I don't even speak hardly. But I was singing like here in the house in the church. Like I could do it mostly, but like still shyly singing. You know what I mean? Like in the background. And my mom was like, we gotta figure this out. So I was like, there's not really any room for her in other classes. Whatever. Class like this girl was like barely passing every class except choir. Like,
Wow, you turned to that
they
class.
just somehow, and so then I think looking back, like it's called the principal and my mom. She looked at us all. She was like, "You should do this." She was like, "She needs to do this." And so, and I had to debate like against these seniors, girls who are kids, right? And it really brought me to show. So I'm thankful she was my art teacher. Thankful that Miss Caldwell was like, no, I see potential in this girl, and she's gonna sing at the top of the show, whatever. She's like, she's gonna be singing. She's gonna have to learn to be in front of me, and to like show her personality and come out of her shell. And it really like changed my. Because then I started playing guitars, and I started coming to my personality. She can't do this. You don't have. If you are confident, have confidence in who you are. You know.
And the ability to be who you are in between songs.
That is really important.
Yeah, and that's what we're looking to see you.
So it's called well.
It's called Kill It. Yeah, that's beautiful. And everyone can speak. They decide, oh, I could never public speak. Yes, you could. You just, it's not impossible. Can you talk to me? Okay. You talk to a bunch of people. You can do it. You might have to do it a bunch of times before you figure it out. It's really hard. You can totally do it.
It's so scary. I mean, honestly, like, you're so good at it. Also, it's like that to me is the scariest show I've seen.
Yeah. It's
It's
a lot of time. I like scary stuff because most people do it.
so
You know, fighting, that's when I got into comics. Like, it's like, let's say if you want to be a lawyer. People are trying to be a lawyer. Oh, you gotta go to law school, you gotta get a degree, you gotta pass the bar, you gotta get hired by some sort of law firm, and you get to try cases, and what are you doing? Like, a lot of people trying to be lawyers. Because there's a clear pathway. If the pathway is like foggy, like, how can you be a professional fighter? Like, go that pathway. Like, no one's doing that. Like, the people that are doing that are crazy. Like, there's different people. Or if the pathway is how to be a comedian. Like, oh yeah, all these people are all misfits. This is perfect. These are my people. Like, this is perfect. Look at them. Like, this is like, I'm enjoyed of being around like-minded, interested people.
yeah, that's a great way to look at it. I just think I always think about how, like, the first time you step on the stage and you're, you know, showing all your cards. Well, but for me, to me, it's like a songs are different. Like,
Yeah.
you know, everyone's first time doing it or whatever. Everybody has their first time and they're like, learning their ropes and get their feet under them. But that's just so raw. Like, here's my jokes. Here's my whole heart. Here's, I hope these this is funny. Every time I see it, I'm like, that is the hardest thing in show business.
First time I ever did it, I was still fighting, and I had done nothing but martial arts competition, like literally 8 hours a day for my whole life for 6 years. And I was more scared of my life than I had ever been fighting. Ever.
That makes sense to me.
But I was confused. I was like, why am I scared? Like, this doesn't make so benefit to me. So I'm so nervous. This
That
is
makes sense to me. It's something you were good at it.
I didn't think I was good at it. My friends told me I was good. And they only told me I was good. Like, we would go to tournaments and everyone would be terrified. We would be like really nervous. And I would be the humor, confidence, talent. So I would be the guy cracking jokes. I'd be the guy doing impressions of each other, different friends, like what they'd be like having sex or whatever it was, making everybody laugh, saying totally inappropriate stuff. And my friend Steve, still friends with today, he was a grown man when I was like 15.
dad's mother plays guitar, and he had a band. It's called band. But it's all dogs, and they were all contraband. That's pretty good. Yeah, but he wrote songs about this contest. My mom was like shocked. I was like working in the yard. She's like, go pick the weeds. And I'm like, Mom, there's a ad on the radio for a contest. She was like, what? You don't what you shot? Like a king? And I'm like, no, I want to do it. She was like, what are you going to sing? And I was singing an original song. I was singing my dad.
Oh, wow. What was the song?
It was called, gosh, I can't think of it. Too many song titles. Way too many. Here I go.
Oh, okay.
And so, like, because I grew up on, like, forever I thought my dad wrote, like, Mama Tried. I grew up with him just playing Georgia, Haggard, Go, Doc Stewart, you know, so I sort of realized, oh, some of these are my dad's original, some of those are my verses. Here's some of his dad. But it's like, I got up there and I got registered, but it was like my first, like you were just saying, first, like, okay, yeah, I can do this. Like, I'm great, and I'm shy, and I'm doing what I'm doing, but, like, I'm not terrible. Like, I'm kind of equal with these guys, you know what I mean? We're all babies. Yeah, it was. And it was, I don't know, I think that's the first time I was like, I found something that doesn't feel foreign to me, that it's not so hard to learn, you know what I mean? I don't believe in faith.
That's my bias about fate. Like, if anybody's really in fate, it's people like you or but I'm not sure. My bias is that I believe it because we're down. You know, but I mean, if you're like this shit, like, is this fate? Like, what? In this life? Like, what was I?
I mean, I don't know. I feel like I also like my husband and like I'm away, and so I can't help but believe in fate. Like,
There's something to it.
yeah, I believe in it.
Yeah, there's something to it. As much as I my rational mind wants to ignore the possibility, like the randomness of the size and scope of it all. You really think it matters what you do. You really think it actually does to you, right? It's showing an impact on your life and everything matters. Just because there's black holes doesn't mean you're fucking wrong. It doesn't mean like, you know, everything matters. It's like you can't think that things don't matter. Like the universe wouldn't have a plan for your life. It seems to have a plan for everything. I mean, it seems to be happening for some sort of very bizarre reason for it together. So I'm sure that there's something to fate, but it's just rational mind wants to go. That's just go. It's like silly. You could have been born small. It's hard to, because fate's a weird one. You can't measure it, you can't put it on a scale. It seems to be real.
Yeah, it was real for us. It's real.
I guess.
I also like there's sailing is
Yeah.
I love it. Shooting songs.
Yeah.
And you were like, it's real. And it was like,
If I don't tell people, I can tell you, but I like when there's the flashbacks.
it's all, that's all about West Texas. Something about like it's just so vast and the stars are. They feel like they're like on the Thunderdome, but like playing in the yard, and it just feels like they're reaching the ground. Because it's so dark out there.
Yeah. Well, they're on top of you. You don't have any like pollution.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing that ruins. That's the problem with here today. That's what everybody's supposed to do. They're like some like stuck in their own worlds because like, they don't realize they're in space. You know? You don't get that break. There's a break that you get from space that I don't think you get from anything else. Where you just like look up and go, oh yeah, okay, I'm taking all this shit way too seriously. This is nuts. Like just look close.
And also, you said that made me think of we were talking about earlier about wisdom and I don't know, just kind of reaching, taking a friends calm me down. Okay, it's okay. I feel she's already lost my train of thought.
We're talking about space.
What are you sending over there? What are those?
Oh, these are Lucy's breakers. Do you ever take these?
Carbides? I like
You like? You try these. These are.
I don't like what sixes. Oh well, half out. I'm gonna agree with it.
This one, yeah. These are nice. I got some more. Bunch of.
Are they different?
They have like a little thing inside of them that you they're called breakers. So it's like coffee flavor you put in your mouth.
Just like them?
Yeah. And you so I think you like whatever.
That's like a little.
Yeah, for you. Oh, those are yours, right? So it's not bad. It's nice. It's nice. It's not. One from overseas. Yeah. Have you tried it? It's fun. Well, I think drugs, like so you can get some online credit. Just kind of use for the
Did it
credit.
work?
I mean, I guess I used it. I wanted to say, I'm like, you gotta take a 50. Oh, you're fucked, dude. And he said, oh my god, it's like drinking battery acid. I just wanted to movie. It's like, I made a giant mistake. Just so much nicotine.
You're so into health and just take such good care of yourself. What is the big one? I just tell people, or you have children. What do you think? Like, tell me your opinion. They're all great.
Nicotine is a bad for you. The delivery method is bad for you. And the delivery method with cigarettes in particular, cigarettes that have a bunch of chemicals added to them. That's even worse. Like the regular cigarettes, like natural cigarettes, like that are probably as bad for you. Dr. Suzanne Humphreys, our physician, was explaining to us like why regular cigarettes are not as bad, but they're still not good for you. Maybe some earplugs, but nicotine itself is not bad. Nicotine itself is neuroprotectant. Nicotine itself actually is a nootropic, or like vitamins that break you down. There's a bunch of them. Some stuff brain's great. A bunch of companies have made different versions of nootropic, but there are nutrients that enhance your verbal memory, so your ability to recall words. Enhance peak of flow state. Like they've done they've done 2 double-blind placebo-controlled studies at the Boston Center for Memory with everybody that shows more effectiveness than any drugs that they had studied over the past like 9 months. Before they did this, like this is pretty impressive. So, because I know nicotine enhances your memory, enhances brain function, and enhances, stimulates you. So there's a lot of benefits to nicotine. But the problem is like, how are you taking your nicotine? Probably one of the best ways to make it go. These things. It's crazy. It's the wrong way. We got a patch on it. It's a car. You gotta see it. But I think there's real benefits. I know a guy who was nicotine patch on for productivity.
Well, that makes me feel like almost all that. I know it's not everybody. And I'm like, I want to like, it does feel a little. And also, words in my head, I need to remember words and also need to write me. So anything to help with that. I want to try that because I just think like somewhat too when you're tired. You know, it feels like you can't. I mean, you're. I don't want to be on like a bunch of Adderall. I want to be on. I want to find a different method to like have my brain function.
These are addictive. And I gotta say, different people have different levels of like how addictive they get with these. Like some people cannot have them. I'm on vacation, so I'll go on vacation and not forget. See what happens. See if I freak out. Just the same. And zero. Nothing. I was like, I kind of missed them maybe for a day or two, like one didn't have any. And then after those 3 days, I was like, oh, this is fine. It's not like a physical, like, oh my god, my shoulder.
It's not like smoking.
Yeah. I know people that have tried to get off of them really strong. I think the vapes are the hardest to get off of.
I don't want to.
Right. Vapes are really hot, but it is. Like, if you buy ones that are like gas station, like, oh no. Oh yeah, the crazy ones. You know what I'm saying? He's the first podcast. Used to be at MTV.
Yes.
Yeah. Good friend. He carries around one of those robot lunchbox vapes. Those big old crazy ones. Like kind of like a power bar or something. It's so ridiculous. And then he blows his joint, but it's all like he fills it with natural oil, so it's air quotes healthy.
Air quotes.
Yeah. But
That's what people say. It's not good experience.
Tobacco cover. Another guy works for a tobacco company that is explaining his cannabis. He's explaining how all these different things to make it more addictive to the drug company. And I want that information. Yeah. And so it's kind of crazy movie based on a true story. Wow. Yeah. They put it in cigarettes to try to get you hooked. Yeah.
It works. It's the hardest one. It's supposed to be your
It is what it's people want something. They just want something to take them out of whatever state they're in. Give me something, give me a drink, give me this, give me coffee. Like everybody I know, it's an alcoholics anonymous. They also want drink, it's either or both. Because they're just want some, give me some, make me something for us fair, but at least get a little bit of something different than regular life. I don't want to be cracked out, but give me some.
Yeah.
Give me a little something. Be away from wherever I am right now.
Yeah. Not that far away. Just a little bit away.
Well, next door, let me go in.
I want to start saying that one. That was it. I need to go to Tokyo.
Just a little bit. I don't want to go too far back here, but
It was just like break this off.
I do. Here, I'm bringing it that way. I don't know. So, I can't. I just, right?
That's like the worst of the
My buddy Duncan found out that his blood sugar goes up when he vapes because he was buying those gas station vapes. You know, he got type 2 diabetes because he too much sugar. He's okay. Don't worry. Yeah, here's a state. Look, look, he's testing all of them. Gotta make sure they don't. By the way, look, this that guy. That guy looks awful. Where is this taking place? Does it say in the? That guy has to test all of them. I would like to see like what that guy's. Test his lungs. Because there's a thing called popcorn lung. The thing about these things is that they're very, very addictive. They're more addictive than I think any other delivery method. And the thing about nicotine vapes is the first vape of the day is the only one you really want. The first vape of the day, I would take a vape and like, oh, this is wonderful. Like, this feeling is wonderful. It's wonderful. And then you chase that dragon and you never get it back until the next day. Your rest of the day, you're sucking on this thing, go, nope, nothing. That wonderful feeling. Yeah, to have no nicotine in your system, and then one hand is like, welcome me to your life. I don't think so. I think the patch just makes you just yeah, it's like peanut Adderall patches. Did I have an Adderall patch? No. No, it's just cheap one. That's like, what the hell is going on? I don't know. Just remind me.
It's like it's already it's been already. I'm sure it's like a long time. I want to eat it. So that's why I'm like, what are you going to get it? What are these?
Amphetamine patch, there it is.
I'm sure ours.
It's you control your time, your way. They were saying that, like, look, a woman's in control. Look at her jeans, you can on the arms crossed. I'm in control. So you gotta control the posture. Look at her posture.
Please, Lord, no.
You are literally on a drug that will kill your superpower. You got a superpower, you're killing it. So you can
I got like one big patch.
I don't need it. Maybe some need it. But the reality is stuff. Amphetamines in any shape or form are highly addictive. And they don't pass them out like candy. My daughter's in high school and a bunch of kids in high school have quote ADHD. And because of ADHD, they get it all. And then also we're talking about tests. Because I got ADHD, I can't focus. So they're fucking honest. They get more guys. Because it's very competitive. That's what gets the kids in the colleges. They're getting the kids diagnosed so they can get their kid hooked on whatever that bro everything hooked on to. There's a lot of people that are hooked on it. You can tell those folks because they go to the parent teacher meetings and they can't shut the fuck up. They try to talk about it. You recorded me and asked me about some episode I did. There's a lot of people out there running around cracked out. But they feel like they got from the doctor. Doctor can I'll tell you. So just a big person. Tasks.
Actually, I talked to them. I got the guy. Those people are everywhere.
They're everywhere. Use perplexity and find out how many prescriptions for alcohol they wrote in the month in 2020. I want to say, I've been supporting of prescriptions at least. It's probably a lot. But I'm going because
They're so aggressive. Look at these moves.
This is like individual refill prescriptions. I don't think it's like 90 million patients, but it's a lot. That's what the journalists. I feel like most people are writing like that. How many oral prescriptions were written in 2020? 45 million oral prescriptions written in the United States. In the middle. 51. Less than 40. Commonly prescribed stimulants for conditions such as ADHD and epilepsy. This number falls 7 years of That was shortages of 2019 it was 35 injuries. So some 10 million. That's crazy. 41.4 million in 2021 and 45 by 2023. There's a lot of people getting it illegally too. Like, what's that number? Okay. Shortage recovered. So once the shortage started, you've got dealers.
But people use it for the now too.
That's a very different thing. Microdosing mushrooms, that's a very different thing than Adderall. It's like 1% Adderall.
Yeah, even if it's
Focus. Yeah, but you got like your main kid comes to your dose, just looks like where you
it's just scary for me. Like, I'm like, what is the problem? Like, I'm not sure because it's like, what's the issue with, I heard they were doing like, they were couches.
definitely found a world that's how all the difference originally we discovered psilocybin. I said I'm looking at one. But think about that though, and it's like you gotta get it from somebody else. Because there's and you can get some that are crazy strong. Like there's some out there that are can't do another universe. So what do? You just eat the cow or you pay to the get some from the and I was like, super sketchy, super sketchy. In California, when it was medical, I mean, it was crazy because now because of the regulations in California, I think the most they can make is 10 milligrams, which is normal. It's a normal dose. But before that, when it was medical, like it became medical in the 90s, they would make 500 milligram cheetah chews. These things that like they're 500 milligrams, which is insane. It's even enough to imagine. And my friend Joey was a real demon. Joey used to take the wrapper off of 25 milligram ones and give people 500 milligram ones. Because he can tolerate insane doses. So he'll give people like preposterous amounts.
That's all right for you. Someone where she says, do this, I'm like, do more of that, whatever that is. I'm like, oh, you're so uncertain. Do more of that. And she's like, for everyone, yeah, I'm just like, I'm just out here. People Lucy from a random dude.
It wasn't that bad, right? I would never like deny it. I would hope to expect it. I have 12s.
He's up for real.
I don't like them. They told me too much, but I have them. It's less acceptable to me. But I think the right dose is the right for it. That's the right thing. It's just
Not cracked out. Not cracked out.
yeah, I haven't tried it out. I've never tried it out. I'm scared of it. I want to try it one day. I'm scared of it because I'm like, everybody wants to know. Because everybody I know has tried it. It's like, you'll love it. You'll fucking love it.
I mean, it really holds it.
His wife told him to stop because he was worth it. Because he was right.
That's insane.
He's like, that's the best way to get it real quick. He went to his wife. He's like, why do you care how I do it? She's like, you were snorting drugs while your kids are asleep. He's like, okay.
You're old.
He had to snort to really get the most out of
Well,
it.
everybody, I swear I'll find something.
Like, because the thing is, it'll probably take an hour before it kicks in. An hour. So he's like, yeah.
Is your friend that disappears, does he have phone, no digital?
No.
What is that digital detox? Like,
It's got to be hard. I've done social media detoxes for multiple days, and you feel better. You go, why am I doing this to myself? Or I don't do this.
I know, but something that's like people do. Right? It's like all the time about the whole time. I'm like,
Yes.
you want to break out telling anyone you're on a break.
Right. They tell how virtuous they are. Like you.
I'm like, cool, bro.
Scrolling. Yeah, there's a lot of doom scrolling. Yeah, it's like people fuck up about it.
Special diet. Oh, you're hearing about it.
Like no one has ever been a vegan and then tell they're vegan. It doesn't happen. They always tell you
Never. Not
they're working on it. Eventually, they'll let you know how much
It's like you can not
spiritual growth.
your little secret.
Yeah, your little secret with social media.
Don't tell me.
My favorite is on social media, people that are on social media, because there's a lot of really not self-aware people who's really blocking people that spend all the time on social media while they're making videos on social media. Like, that's rich. Like, that is like,
So I just try to keep it with it. Like, just when you're, I don't need to get on TikTok. Like, there's a lot of music on TikTok. There's a lot of musicians and like, we have a label now up in Texas, or up in Austin. And I'm like, there's a talent on there, and one of our flagship partners. I was doing something awesome on there, and now so I feel like I missed out. Like, I don't know. It's like this. Yeah, I have a great management team.
your sister on TikTok and then tell them to let you know if they're cool with shows.
She did that. I got that.
There you go. You got it.
That's what happened.
Perfect. You know, to be honest, you know what we did, and she'll catch all the good fish.
You girl.
So it's still the good fish. You don't have to go by the river.
Yeah.
Just stay off that river.
I need that talk today because we just had that talk on the plane on the way here today.
Because it's a rock.
I'm scared.
You should be scared.
I'm like, oh, everything's just not information.
For me, it's like a show force on my phone nightstand when I go to bed. It's like, without my phone. Nope. No, my wife has like an app that shows like how long she's been without social media. Like, if you want to go on social media, go into the app and enter a password and open everything up.
I think that's
She showed me the other day like 90 hours. It's like that must feel so good. It's like you feel different. You feel different. It's not good.
need it, but we for some
It's great for artists. It's great for your work. It's great for comedians to put clips up. It's great for musicians to put songs out there. It's great. It's great in a lot of ways. I'm so happy it exists.
me too. I was thinking about my posters to a whole like
Wow.
I did it all boots on the ground, walking up to the radio station, and play a song. Like now,
Really?
like have you ever seen that's Runners Talk?
Yes.
Me and my mom with a bologna sandwich in my mom's Ford Expedition, like all over Texas. Me going, I'm a fan songwriter. And now I'm like, dang, I'm jealous. The way that we
I think you know so much what you're doing.
I'm thankful for that. I was so good, like 100 million people see it. Like, what's happening?
Well, the problem with that is like sometimes people get named and they're really ready for you. And I think you did and going to bars and then eventually becoming famous after years and years of performing and promoting yourself and getting your chops on stage and really selling yourself. That is so much better than a 20-year-old kid who sits around and doesn't listen to it. Look at Oliver Anthony. All right, Oliver Anthony, a good friend of mine, was selling fucking farm equipment. He makes that Rich Man of North of Richmond song, and all of a sudden he's a giant superstar. He's like, I had a phone call with him while it was going down. You know,
He was like, like help, like
Like,
it was
people are anybody. I go, don't do it for anybody. Sign with anybody. I go, you already did great. You've got talent and you're already famous. Right? You just made a giant. Don't give away any of you.
Yeah.
Don't sell it. You know, it's like, well, they're telling you they're straight. Well, like, fuck those people. They don't know what they're doing. You do this again and again. And now that you're in it, it's way easier the second time. Because everybody's going to be waiting to see what you say.
Yeah, I know. It's like nobody can learn. You do the journey in reverse.
The first show he ever did was a sold out. The first time he ever performed a sold out show. He was already famous.
It's so mind-boggling. Like, put it into words. Because I'm get your chops and how you did it fight by fight. Backstage with your comedy, like, it's like, you still have to pay the dues, but it's just back.
The thing is, though, he paid the dues as a regular blue collar human piece of work. And that's where he developed his character. So that when it all came, he's like, oh my God, I just got into a magic story. Like, he had a regular story, and then all of a sudden the genie came along and abracadabra. And it just, that's all out there. And it was like, holy shit, this is great. So he's hugely famous. He had character,
Someone that's
being a real person.
17. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm just like, I still gotta go to work. Still gotta start developing. You know, the world knows who they think you are.
Listen, start to, like, we were talking about that with Michael Jackson the other day. Like, everybody is famous when you're a little kid. They're all fucked up. No one gets it.
It comes with a really high. You can see it.
Yeah. I always analogy that's like, you make it, but you don't put the ingredients in. You can't open ingredients.
Right.
Like, if you put water in or you don't put enough things in, it's all fucked up. And that's what it's like when you're famous. Like, you didn't allow that person to mix correctly.
I think that, like, you know, I didn't go to college, but I got to have that learning times of just being 17, 18, 19, 20, just learning life. While playing music, it's kind of, it's it wasn't in front of people. You know what I mean? And you figure out who you are. So that's why I think your mother is on TikTok. Two things I'm going to refer to it as the Mother River. I need to go next door.
TikTok river. Yeah, it's a raging river too. It's a scary river. That river never stops. It never stops.
That's pretty cool, by the way. Like, I found some great talent and learned some really cool recipes. And you can talk about rescue. There's the good things about it.
It's basically a new element of human civilization that we have to continue. That we've never figured out. There's no real precedent of how to navigate this. Especially as a child. No children ever grew up with it before. These are the first children that grew up with it.
Yes.
And no one can tell them to do it right. Just observe what's wrong with it. That's where it's sketchy.
Yeah.
That's what we're aware of. And people say, do you like your kids on social media? Like, yes. Because they have to be able to use it. And they have to know what it is. But also don't do it like my one daughter, who also has that same on her phone. Just if she stays off of it and she'll watch YouTube and she'll watch YouTube videos, stuff like that, but like social media, she's like, it just doesn't. I'm not going to get it gets in the way of schoolwork, it gets in the way of stuff she's doing. So she stays off of it. But she's just wise. Like, if I was 15, I'd be fucked.
Oh, no. I don't like that for a second.
TikTok and all that. I'm doing all kinds of stupid videos trying to get attention. And that's also part of the problem is that kids are doing things just to try to get attention or doing things because they really love an art and trying to get better at it. So if you make a great song and you're 17 years old and it goes viral, at least you're doing a thing, but you're doing it for it. You're not just trying to get attention. And there's a lot of people out there that don't have a thing. They're just trying to get attention. They have to What do you want to do?
I was about to say that. Like, I saw that whatever the study was, and then I read about it. Let's say this horrible thing. Like, you just want to be famous, skill, or what? Training, or what? What are you just famous? Why? Why in the world? Like, that sounds awful. You know?
You and that's a person. You know, person. They want to be a person. Nice stuff. Look at that nice house. Look at the nice cars. Look at the nice watch. They just want to be an important person. The society that they are growing up in shows them that all you have to do is be famous. Like Kim Kardashian is one of the most famous people alive. Just doing it. So a good thing. Like where you're going to, oh, she's like the best. She's the best painter. She's the best singer. Nothing. Zero things. Super famous, worth $1 million. And then kids are like, that's what I want to do. Especially if they're dumb. They're a child. They're dumb. And those people never thought they would ever be famous before. But now you can do them as famous. You'd be dumb and famous. There's nothing good in anything. Like, maybe you could be dumb. You're the greatest baseball player of all time. That's great. And you're famous. But no, you're dumb and you're famous and you're great. You're not good at nothing. You're famous.
A bunch of stuff because of how much money are working on it or whatever. There's fulfillment in that. There's like an accomplishment. Like I have full chickens and I'm careful at it. Little small garden chickens. I don't know why. I don't know why. They're not healthy at all. I don't know. Well, I just call it full garden. It's bad. Like some cold guard's amazing. I look up like dinners and I'm like inspired. It's anything and everything.
Generally, people who live harder, what's the definition of full guard?
That kind of stuff.
And reflect the cultural life of the community associated with fields of labor and cultural area.
I
19th century concept.
don't know anything about it. I'm just drawn to it because I think it's cute and fun.
Do you have any of your stuff on hold?
No. It's like, my mom, she has makeup.
I had no idea.
And I don't know anything about it. I would like to learn. I want to take some like I would have like YouTube classes on her.
So it's like, keep it on it. So it's like not realistic. Chicken, okay, there's a full guard chicken, let's see.
There's some cute. What's the matter? Like that one. Like that little
I don't know, whimsical red hand on your
That's like only as good as like that one because it's not.
see that one is this whimsical red hand right there.
Oh, she's cute.
I love yours.
Yeah.
You're doing different things. So what's your chicken? That's
There's probably dying out there. They love everything from the table. Leftovers. It's funny to watch them though because I'm like, maybe like the other day, when they would do like leftover breakfast casserole, wouldn't touch it. And they were all they didn't eat the biscuits. Chickens don't like biscuits.
Well, maybe they know that breakfast casserole. Like, wife, she changed our, there was a wrought iron fence, and she changed it to glass. And when she did, she signed a death warrant for a bunch of dogs. They kept slamming into that fucking glass, and like 3 of them died in our yard. And one of them got KO'd, but survived. I was on the road, and she told me about it. They'd taken this dog, and they put it in a box. And when I got back, we got them what's called pinkies. Pinkies are these little mice that they feed them to lizards and snakes. Like that's what they're. Like when you go to the pet store, they sell you these things. They're not from their mother. You feed them snakes. I know it's dark. So they got a bunch of them, and there's this hawk, these baby mice. Ate all of them except one. You want to know if you're very and they're like, keep that mouse, whatever it is. I'm like, it's not going to live. Like, it's going to wean from its mother. I go, I put this thing down, and these chickens attacked like they were raptors from Jurassic Park. One chicken grabbed it, and they all chased it around. They were stealing it.
Oral or used?
Out of their mouth. It's that they are so ferocious. Like you've never seen anything like a chicken with a
Never
mouse.
heard of this.
I'm gonna show you a video. There's a bunch of videos of cats with mice. So this is a mouse, and what chickens? They just kill this mouse. They all attack each other. They're trying to steal the mouse with one chicken. They devour it. So there's another mouse there that they don't know about yet. So see, there's one with a cat. So the cat is playing with the mouse. You know, cat. They want to put it. It just runs over and snatches it from the other. Like, fuck you.
Never heard of this.
So the cat has a mouse. The chicken has a mouse. And the cat's like, Jesus Christ, you guys are psychos. Yeah, well, because they're dinosaurs. That's what they are. They're just dinosaurs that are really small and survive the impact of the asteroid.
That's what I'm called to paint my full chicken.
You don't realize how worthless they are.
I've never heard of this. I've never heard of this.
They destroy mice. Yeah, destroy them. They love them. They're terrible ones.
Well, I'm not going to go do that, but I'm glad I did that.
Like nothing I've ever seen before. There's also a mouse that got loose in the chicken coop. The big chicken coop, a mouse went in there and saw these chickens just tear that mouse. Well, I know they prude.
Just let them sometimes. I'm like, well, I just like, sometimes they look at me like, let me just sit on this.
It makes you sad. It's like, yeah. We're not roosting ones.
How many others?
We have 15 yes, but the rooster, he got to the church. This one, he attacked me. I went into the he just kind of like showed those paws. Like, no, too much. I will fucking kill you. And so to the point killing him, like, I was totally ready to kill him. Because I'm not doing anything, so I just need to think back.
Every time I was having to deal with it, I would have to deal with it.
That's the thing about the music series. You can't wait to say, right, I'm really tough. So you do kill him. You know, like, Anderson Loco, we're turning this. had all these friends that this neighborhood where we lived in were doing work. It was great. Everything was Spanish. And his buddy, one of his buddies was he had a friend who was very changes. And
we try to like. Can't work like you know. Let's just enjoy this.
It's just it's a weird thing because like their culture is they fight them and then they take them and they cook it. And then just make it seem like nobody paid them. And it was like to them, it's their gambling recreation. You come from businesses to bring the chickens to fight. To me, it doesn't freak me out as much as dog fighting. Dog fighting, it's pit bulls are like they are very dangerous because they have a very high brain trauma and they often don't. They confuse children with other animals. But as pets, they are very sweet. They love you so much, but there's so many bad ones and so many ones that are raised just in our culture, our society, like underground dog parts, like do that to a dog. Like how do you do that to things down?
I feel like I have friends that are huge into this before I spoke, and they're rehabilitated or just they get a program here, like anything in that
What up, Billy? Billy, what up?
How are you?
I'm lovely, man. Good to have you.
This evening, so what's sending to you? I'm going to send it to you to tell me what amenities I'm going to take to contribute.
Okay, why did you send it to a friend?
And my device has the video. Like, it's not working.
Did you download the Grok app?
Yeah, the group out
That's right. That's right. That's right. Let's find you a way to do
So
it.
I asked him,
No, I understand. But it's gonna take you too long if you're going to a friend. So just one moment.
all right.
Do you know the video? Social media video super future thing to send somebody Unless, yeah, there.
Oh,
No, you're good. Not you.
you?
Not you. Not you. Okay, we're gonna have you try one. You're gonna have to sign up for it. It's free though. Um, and so we will do. Okay, go to the link that I just sent you
Okay.
and read the instructions. I'm gonna send you a prompt.
Okay.
All right, Billy. I'm about to send you.
I am.
I'm putting in the prompt that I want you to use. Actually,
Okay.
hold up. I'm deleting that. I need to customize it. All right, try it now, big dog.
All right. I'll go check it out.
Absolutely. Let me know what happens. Oh, what up? How are you? UK, what? UK.
Yeah.
that weren't ever in the fighting rings. They're just overbred and taken out of a confiscation of a hoarding situation or breaking up the fighting rings. And it's a mama dog that's just been having puppies. And like, I just wish people would at least open their minds and hearts to like, there are some amazing pitties out there, or pity mixes, you know.
There are, but they're also very dangerous.
I get it. I know they are.
Other dogs, they will fight those dogs to the death.
I think that it has to be a well-vetted shelter or adoption, you know.
The problem is often they don't know their behavior until they grow up. Dogs that were great around people. You don't run any dog that grow up and they immediately want to fight.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, and then you're the asshole because your dog is like, you're like, I'm sorry, get them out of here.
I know.
They're dangerous. They're dangerous in that regard because they really are bred to fight.
And I think it takes a special household and owner to really kind of handle a dog like that. Like, my best friends, she's my opinion, her husband, long people, family. They just know how to like deal with it. And they're around our dogs, they're fine, everything's fine. But it's definitely an alpha male without like they kind of know his boss right away, and they sort of understand the chain of the house, you know.
Yeah, there's dogs that are great dogs, but they just need a lot of attention. If you have a German Shepherd, Belgian Malinois, you gotta get those things.
Yeah, what kind of breed you're getting. I feel like people reach out and still think the adoption really need to go. I'm gonna spend some time with this dog. I'm gonna talk to his foster family. I'm gonna foster it just to really understand what kind of breed you're getting. If you want like a lazy, cuddly thing, but still protected experience, you know what I mean? Like, just know what you're getting. Like, just understand like, is my household ready? Because there's a lot of what breaks my heart the most is like surrenders and the returns. Shelters, you know what I mean? It's like, you don't think through what you were doing. Because you wanted a lazy dog, you got a cow dog that needs to run.
Pyrenees are great because they're kind of a combination of like an owl and a protector. They're great little animals. Like I have a friend who has a Pyrenees. it's like such a good dog. He's around here at this fucking dog.
Oh yeah.
Fucks them up.
Yep.
I go, really? He was like, oh yeah, like you've never seen a change of personality. That's not what it seems like. Sweet. Just I like every time I go. He's the best for a squirrel. He's a demon. He's just so nice to him. Everybody comes up to the house like they're so sweet.
We have a chihuahua. I mean, you get a chihuahua, you know what you get. He is hell. Oh my gosh. She's the first guy. She'll put where you are, but she's like, back.
16.
It's a lot.
Oh my god.
Senior dog house. She was like 8 weeks old. I was a dog lady when my husband met me. I did rescues. Like, it seems crazy now, but
Really what happened. Charles Spaniel, he's the sweetest. He was the sweetest. He's so cute. You pick him up, he's kissing his face. He's just so adorable. At one time, someone took a wolf and turned that wolf into a bitch and like, I'm not a bitch. Let me turn you into more of a bitch. And more fun. Totally helpless. Cultivate greens. This tiny thing.
but they're all amazing. And there's a
There are these it is a weird thing we've done. Because they all at one point in time. It's the weirdest transformation of an animal. Human interaction. Is the dog.
I wonder how that is like the first one to do it. Like, I know.
They think it was just like cavemen by the fire, and wolves would come around and they'd kill them and throw them home. And then the relationship became the wolves would let them know if intruders were coming. And then eventually they softened to the point where they could like sleep next to people. So they were like household animals. They stay around them. They trusted them to protect their children. And they developed different breeds that were better like courage. Because you think like most wolves kill sheep. So it's like you can teach a dog to like make sure that sheep don't get killed by wolves. Which is nice.
And it's incredible to watch. And watch the dogs like and also like the canine units, they blow them up like it's just a really easy song.
Yeah, that's like activity. Have you ever seen the video of the difference between the way the German Shepherd approaches an assailant versus a Belgian Outlaw? So they do these drills where they have a bunch of chairs in a room, and the German Shepherd runs around the chairs to try to get to the guys with the white suit on. The Belgian Outlaw goes over the chairs, just like flies through the air where they touching the chairs. Watch this. So here's the Shepherd. See how the Shepherd runs around? He's like, I'm gonna get you. He finds you. He finds you. Watch the dog. figured out a way to make a dog into that. But how do you make a dog into my dog, which is like just a cuddle bug. It's a cuddle bug. He just wants to lie down with you like, hey, we're watching TV. He just cuddles up. He's like, watch your TV.
That's the only one I think about in my house. I used to be able to visit.
My roommate. That's so funny. It's just so great that they figured out a way to make nipper packs animals from walls. So, that shepherd dog, that crazy giant, that broke. It's like a mountain shepherd. It looks like a werewolf. And it's got really crazy thick hair because of the equipment that it lives in. But it's like 200 pounds. Like this enormous thing that protects. That's it. Caucasian shepherd. Literally looks like a werewolf. Like that werewolf that we have in the front. American werewolf. That's what it looks like. And they just protect that.
Oh, I've seen those. I just think they're
crazy. See, you can find one that's doing like the house. Yeah. Unless you break out of the house. Caucasian shepherd. That's fake, but look at the side. That's one like pretended. So there's one that's doing white with another image. That's the word for it. It's like a word. But that is a big ass dog. And that's another dog they use to protect against wolves. So what are they doing? It looks like they're transforming. Yeah, training. Oh, okay, they're training. Actually, dog food. Dog food they don't buy. That's so terrible. Yeah. We started off with another company called Me, which is great. It's frozen. But just something like he eats from this dog. When you eat it, it must taste way better. And it's the same kind of thing. It's real food. It's frozen. You get it frozen. So I'll feed it to him.
I had to start that with my senior dogs because they just have lots of things, everybody had illness and feels. So I was just like, all right, we're just going to do this. I had 3 Pyrenees rescues, 2 golden mixes, and like 3 littler dogs. I'm like, this is like $700. So I started making it for a while too. Like I would just make like turkey, but I just couldn't stop with it. So
Well, it's definitely way better. Because way better than anything they can sit on the shelf. Can't be good for it. It just can't. It's filled with preservatives, and that's not good for you. Exactly.
sometimes I want to. Sometimes I love them, but
like if you were stuck in the cabin for a week and you couldn't get out, and there was an unlimited supply of Cheetos in the cabin, you're gonna live. But you're not gonna feel real good.
people always like, what's on your rider? Like, Cheetos, got all in each other.
That's your rider. That's hilarious. When I was drinking, it was we would definitely have like some whiskey on there, and maybe like a bottle of wine. But I really don't drink anymore. Not that this is like it wasn't an alcohol fucker, so it's not like I can't drink or get a glass of wine with dinner the other night. But it's not. I don't drink anymore. I'm going to my comedy club with my friends. We walk around. I have a couple glasses of this, a couple glasses of that, and I'm on my way to dinner, and then next day function. And it wasn't like I couldn't stop. It was just I didn't want to. And it was like, so much better. So much better. Because I was drinking like 2 or 3 nights a week. Sometimes even more. I'll go out to date on a date with my wife. I have a couple of drinks. I go to the comedy club, have a couple of drinks. Maybe I have a drink or 2 with someone in the studio.
Yeah, it just, I mean, I feel like that's just this. I mean, it's part of it. It's part of our culture. And like, I'm talking about like not bars. You know what I mean? Just start getting it once before, and then on your day off, you're like, oh, have a nice day, have a drink. You know what I mean? It's kind of spirals.
I know.
But I love it.
I love
I
it.
love red wine. Like it's my favorite thing.
Yeah. I don't hate drinking. I just hate how I feel the next day. I'm like, I'm not, I'm not saying I'll never do it again. But for now, I'm not doing it anymore. But I'll still have a drink or two. Not even two. Not even two. Not even drink. Like, I didn't even have a full glass of wine. I only had half a glass of wine when we're good. But, like, if someone has a bottle of Buffalo Trace and we're sitting around talking shit, I want to have a couple of drinks. Right?
You're just giving yourself permission to be wherever you are.
Just trying to be healthy. That's what it is. I recognize that, like, I do all these healthy things for my body. I work out all the time. I eat so well. I take all the vitamins. Like, why am I letting myself get the weight 4 nights a week? That seems to me, especially with my lifestyle. It's like better. Like, even if it's limited to 1 night a week, it's better. Really, it's not.
Yeah.
The reality is, it's not good for me.
It's fun.
It is fun. It is fun. Catch the buzz is fun. Some of my favorite podcasts we've ever done, like when we go to the parks, we get hammered. They're fun.
Yeah. I bet.
People aren't doing it because they're stupid.
Right.
There's a reason why they enjoy being drunk and have fun. It's probably responsible for so many relationships starting in the first place. So many people meeting people, so many friendships.
A lot of the memories too. Like on the road, the show, like just where everybody's just themselves.
It's also a culturally acceptable drug that most people know how to consume. I mean, they might do it wrong, they might get too drunk or DUI or be an asshole, or it's possible. It's enough of a normal thing that a good percentage of people know or bad enough. And they know the right dose. You know, you have a couple of drinks, like, I'm good. You know where you're at. Whereas any other drug that you're trying today is illegal. Or any other drug, it's like, who knows what's going to happen? If you want to go next door, like really next door,
I'm going down the street.
you can go down the street with this.
Where the margarita do not drink more than 2 martinis. Same person. Everyone should know. Like, that's really
That motherfucker puts some martinis down.
I'm like, 2's good.
You're smart.
Just straight up. And then after you go, what if you want? That's too easy. You know, somebody sitting at a bar by themselves at like 3 o'clock. And then they're, you know, like, or just a 3rd martini. They're about to hit the deck. And they're fine. Something's going to happen later. Something's going to happen later.
Probably do it all the time.
That's the weirdest thing.
It's supposedly better for you, right? Isn't it? You want to go vodka martini? Is it gin?
I don't know. Tito's and Topo. No. Tito's and Topo.
They say that clear liquor is better for you, right?
I don't know. We've made excuses for everything we want to do today.
They say tequila is the best for you.
For us. Tito's is clear. It's awesome.
It's supposedly better for you, isn't it? Is there a reason why clear liquor is like a real reason why clear liquor is additives in it? There you go. That's it. Pretty short. If you I was reading this thing about how much tequila is made. How much tequila is not.
That's a lot.
A lot. Yeah, it's a lot.
I mean, tequila.
Yeah.
It's not. Don't ask me how I know.
Tequila is like a shit up when the cops come.
Yeah, that's like I saw my TV.
Chase drunk. Tequila is just like, oh, we're drinking. Like, you know, you just picture yourself doing something definitely incorrect. Yeah, it's a funny thing. I guess it makes sense though that music and comedy, in a lot of ways, is connected to drinking because drinking it lowers inhibitions, it makes you want to sing along, it makes you want to dance. Maybe you don't feel like you have the confidence to dance, you get a couple shots, you're like, let's go. Yeah.
It's just that. It's like it's like a feeling. You're part of the party. You're part of the song. part of the show. Or whatever, like what I just think, especially I think music and comedy are the most as far as show business like that. You know, that people just feel like that's something that they go to.
But two things that you have to go see live. You don't have to. I mean, you can just listen to music in your phone or listen to it. The reality is, it's way better when they're live.
Yeah.
Live than you can see a lot of music.
Billy.
To me, it's like so inspirational because I don't have any skills.
No, sir. It's okay. It's not ideal. It's not the best. Uh,
Okay. I got those pictures.
no, don't worry about that. Okay, so what we're gonna do? We're not gonna put 10 videos up. We'll just put 10 pictures up. Well, let me see.
Okay.
Let me read it. Let me read it. Yeah, no, just the text at the bottom is really bad. Okay, so I think you can. Yeah, you can go to Sora.com and
Okay.
you can make 10 pictures. Send me 10 pictures and your prompt. You can use the same prompt that I sent you.
All right. Thank you.
Absolutely. And send them to me. We'll look at them and then we'll upload them. Okay.
All right. All right. No problem. I'll get back to you.
Absolutely. Take your time, man.
Your country calls. She needs it. Stand tall. I want you. Musical. I don't have any musical talent. I can't play any instruments. So it's just, I don't ever think like, oh, why did I do that? Why did I said, like, it's just the entertainment. And it's, I think music is a drug in and of itself because it does something to your blood. Great song does something very powerful to you. You know, make you feel powerful emotions or powerful inspiration. It does something that nothing else does in a weird way.
It feels so good, like when you have a song that something does help you fun. Because, you know, I have a possibility that's like, if you want to be close to it, that's my story. And it's, I didn't write it, I'm like, but that's when I heard it, that's why I was like, this is my story too. And those are the, and like, as a songwriter, when you write a song like that, that's the ultimate like reminder, like, this is not you know, like, it made somebody feel something, it made somebody get through something, it made somebody want to touch somebody, whatever the emotion is, as long as it brings out emotion, we never go, right?
Yeah, they people don't have to. That's what it is. Like, you had so many hit songs, you had so many songs that resonated with people when they all felt that feeling when that song came out. Like,
I feel like if I see, I mean, I'm a little calmer now, but it used to be quiet as fire. There's always such an arm and I'm shooting them off. This is like this whole personality, I guess. So like after I see songs, I mean, every single show, pretty much every single show, it's about fun. And every wagon on this broken cart, and like they just start getting like, he's there, and they're both like, it's just a lot. Kind of a progress, you know. Stop because we're so good. Don't come down. Almost every shot.
Really odd line. I think that's odd. I think that might be a very specific reaction that you would have for people. It's great. That feels something. You know?
Bring it out.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, that's great. Yeah. That makes me punch the closet.
I have a lot of those. Girl, you're not doing it. Had a girl say, I love it.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, you can't buy that. That's a weird feeling.
You'll have to come to a show that's like one that I'm not for sure.
I would love to. I loved it. The comedy of that was amazing.
That's such cool.
That's such good.
I love all those boys. And Jack, Jack was one of my heroes from back in the day. Like, I started watching those. He had such charisma. You know,
It's such a cool thing when you go to an event like that, and it's for a cause, and everybody's like super positive about what they're there. It's not just have fun, it's also it does like such an amazing service for people.
it does. And they do such a good job. Together so well.
You know, I'm on my way to that show too. It's Lucas.
Yeah, he's great. I love him. He is great.
You know, like, oh, it's Willie Nelson's son. I'm like, oh, okay, that'd be cool. And then he started singing, I was like, holy shit. Like, this guy is fucking great.
He's great.
He's not just good, he's great.
Great musician. And he's a great guy.
Sweetheart. Super sweetheart. Yeah. Yeah, I've got the pleasure of getting to know him now. He's a really nice guy. Genuinely nice guy. God. Like,
Especially when he does that voice. He goes leads into the soul. It just makes him shine. Because it's just so different than what people think it was going to be.
right. Right. And his pipes.
Yeah.
And you know, he is hungry.
And when he goes for it, like, he sings with his body. Like, you go for it. And I love it. And he does this, like, I don't know, it's covered later. He does this, like, thing. You're like, on his knees, he's like, oh my God, playing a guitar solo. Like, how does he do that? It's like, or what is that?
Yeah. It's tricky.
Yeah, I don't think I like that. I'm not gonna try.
We must have course strength in that horse. When you're shooting that thing. It's
Body.
oh, sure.
Like, I don't know so much better when I'm doing like consistent work.
I did lunge once with my brother. However, it's like yoga in a way that like people think of yoga is going to stretch. Like, no, no, no. Like, go do it. It's fucking hard. It's hard. And Pilates is hard. I was like, oh, this is weird. This is using weird muscles.
Yeah, like shaking one.
Like,
Like, why am I shaking?
yeah, like stick Pilates muscles. But it's like a really good thing to balance out other stuff. You know, but that would definitely improve your core strength and allow you to be able to
When I first started riding, I was like, I'm still not great. I still have fear. You know, it's not super comfortable all the time, you know, when we're going fast. So just learning to work on that. But when I first started riding, I didn't start riding horse ever until I was 30 years old. I wish I'd started before when I was fearless. You know what I mean? Like, starting at 30, like, getting on this journey in the morning, you know what you're doing. And my trainer at the time, he's like, you need to do this. And so I started Pilates, and it really helped me. Helped me, like, stabilize myself a little more. She was treating my more simple. She's never, she's like, you know, of course, you're going to need that too.
That's interesting that you would choose that. I guess that makes sense. I would think that there's other stuff you can do to it. Those things here, what a boat symbol is.
Oh, yeah.
Like standing in that ball with a flat bottom, like where you like down.
Yeah, they have this, it's like this saddle you sit on, and it's for that. Like, it's like, it's almost like one of those balls, but it's a saddle you sit on. Like, if you're sitting on your ball, and I like coach, Kenda, my friend Kenda, she'll tell me, if you're going to sit on your, is that the other wall? Or they work up, sit on that and shoot on that. That's what you're doing your drills
Because you
or
guys
whatever.
It's all just about stabilizing. I mean, I sit at the desk on one of those.
Yeah, just smart.
Just a desk.
I don't have to sit at a desk. I don't think I do well.
Well, I have to sit at this desk, but these chairs, they keep you upright. These are really good. They're good. They make you sit correctly, or at least encourage you to sit correctly.
Yeah.
When you started doing that, when you were 30, how long did it take for you to start shooting guns off of
I was like that last year. I started their lazy back. Because I was 30. I get hurt. Like I walk around all the time. So I wanted to get learn. Oh yeah,
Really?
But yeah. I mean, I tried a jumper. I thought I wanted to be all excited. I'm like, I'm gonna be a girl. 30. Like I'm gonna be a girl. I'm gonna bear race. I'm gonna learn this dance. It's kind of the guns. And the trainer worked my first one. I was like, you don't take English lessons. You need the fundamentals. Because you're not just going to get a Western title without looking what you're doing. Go take lessons. Because English is so proper. It's like the 100 it's like the dressage. It's like the very proper. English writing teaches you the fundamentals of straight or to where Western is. So it just taught me a lot taking English lessons. But I thought 200 jumper, which was like jumping over the poles.
Right.
That's where I really I wasn't ready for that. You know what I mean? Just it's been a journey. It's a lot of fun.
It's a lot to learn about. It's also like rough on the too.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, you're safe as my horse is super safe. I want to learn really badly and I want to grow better, but I don't want to do it at a certain cost. Like,
Do you have competitions or anything?
I studied my fingers for 10 years.
What does that mean?
I just went to horse shows.
You said some words I don't understand. I showed my
My
banners.
banners. That sounds dirty. Act like that.
It does.
What's a banner?
Right.
No, it's my gypsy banners. So I would show them in competitions, like just English pleasure, Western pleasure, like just riding around the rail and technique and
Oh.
it's not like jumping.
So it's just about being in control of the horse.
Yeah, but you're technique. Yeah. And then I got into the shooting and I went back.
Are you going to do competitions with the
I
shooting?
did one last year just to like get my first one out of the way.
Yeah.
And it was fun. It's a lot of, I mean, it's scary. It's scary shit, honestly. But like, all these girls I ride with are so good. Like, they go 100 miles an hour. Like, I gotta show you Kenda. Like, she is.
Is there a video of her?
Yeah, she's amazing.
What's her last name?
Insane. It's Linseseg. Google it. I'm throwing her on.
Jamie Clark.
She's amazing, and they go so fast. And like, it's a timed event, right? So, I mean, just against you, really, like how precise and how fast you live your horse.
So you have like a green light, go.
Green light, go.
How do they start you off?
You do
What do they say?
a flag.
Oh, they drop a flag.
Go. I didn't go that fast. I did mine in like 8 seconds. She does it in like 8 seconds. It's insane.
Having a good time on the church
But-
side.
She's cowgirl. Last year.
Here's making up for that's right.
Dude, Steve Archie Wilder. Yeah.
Fucking has muscle. And it's muscle. No. Well, all day. All
Yeah, and I said, look, this object is the size of an outlier. It's at 4.5 times the Earth's acceleration. It's able to do, you can see from any place on Earth, you can buy online a telescope that it's out there. It cannot be faked.
folks, let me just summarize this for you. If you're watching at home, this motherfucker's got to take such a shit. Pos-
As it closer and as we get more data, it seems like you're correct.
Well, I have a very unusual object. There is something really important to recognize here that usually when you deal with scientific matters, they have very little impact on the future of humanity. Very little. If it has a little bit of a mass, it doesn't really matter. When we discovered the Higgs boson, the biggest impact was from some idea we had back in the 60s. And obviously that affected most people who got the Nobel Prize, but most of us continued as if nothing happened. However, here, if we ever encounter any technology, everything will change. It will affect the financial markets, it will affect politics in a major way. So my point is simple. This is different than other scientific matters. And the intelligence agencies know very well that events with very small probability have to be considered seriously because they could have major implications. Just think about October 7th. The Israeli intelligence agencies had a theory that the Hamas will do nothing. And they got data that indicated something is going on out there. But they dismissed it because of their theory. Now, because as a result of their mistake, which was clearly a blunder, a lot of people died on both sides. This could have been avoided if they were to consider a black swan event, an event that you put a probability for it happening. But you look at the numbers in the data and say the implications are so huge, we have to consider it. This idea was already considered by the philosopher mathematician Blaise Pascal. He took them on board. He said, look, of course you might think that God doesn't exist, the probability for that is small, but the implications God exists, the implications are so huge that we have to discuss it. That was the argument, Pascal's wager, and the intelligence agencies know that. Believe me, the Israeli intelligence agencies will not make that mistake again. Now, here comes an object from outside the solar system, and it shows anomalies. The scientists would say we should be as careful as possible talking about anything other than a rock. Now, they say that when they know that we launched humanity, we launched a lot of space junk, a lot of technological space. And we also know that there are 100 billion stars like the sun in the Milky Way galaxy alone, most of them billions of years before the sun. And there are billions of sun analogs. Now we don't believe that we came out of a soup of chemicals. That's the scientific narrative of how human intelligence came on this earth. And so it's quite likely that we are not the first one. Sorry to break the news, Elon Musk was probably not the most accomplished space entrepreneur since the Big Bang, 13.8 billion years ago. Therefore, we should consider the possibility that things like us existed long before us. And you can ask the question, how long does it take our own technology, the Voyager spacecraft that we launched out of the solar system, how long does it take it to move to the opposite side of the Milky Way galaxy? Thousands of light years away. It takes less than a billion years. And that means that all these civilizations, their history initiated millions of years before ours, could have done it. And all we need to do as responsible scientists is to check if among all the rocks that come from outside of our backyard are really rocks, or maybe one of these objects might be a tennis ball that was thrown by a neighbor. And the reason I say that is, we live at our home, on Earth, next to the sun. We look around us in a cosmic street, and we see a lot of houses just like ours. There are billions of them, probably. Now, my colleagues, those scientists who think traditionally, they say, well, microbes came to Earth very early, they must be everywhere. So let's define our highest priority, subject to microbes on other houses in our cosmic street. And I say, you can do that from the vantage point of your home. You can go through the window and search for microbes in your neighbor's yard. But you would need to put $10 billion to develop a big enough instrument that would be able to detect the chemical fingerprints of microbes, exoplanets. And think about the possibility that there was actually a resident in one of those houses. The president might show up in your front door at some point, or you might see an object that arrives to your backyard, or your mailbox, a resident, a black swan event, or you might see some construction project from a distance. That might be easier to detect than microbes. So we should hedge our bets. We should invest billions of dollars on frauds at the moment. The scientific community is willing to allocate more than $10 billion to searching for microbes. But no recommendation is made to allocate any federal funding to the search for intelligence. And I say that is an oversight.
Now, they have found evidence of microbes.
Not evidence. We need to bring materials back for sample return and evidence. We need to bring a sample back to Earth so that in our laboratories we can do isotope analysis and make sure that whatever signatures we see on the rocks there do look as if they were made by microbes, because we know that Mars had an atmosphere. By the way, Mars may have had life on the Earth because it's a small body, so it has a bigger surface area for its mass. The mass of the object tells you how much heat it can retain from the formation process, and then the surface area tells you how fast it will cool. And Mars could have cooled faster than the Earth. So life may have started on Mars actually because it had rivers, lakes, oceans of water, and it would have been actually delivered to Earth. We might be only Martians, and Elon Musk consider us going to Mars. It might be the second trip around. We might be going back to our childhood home because there were tiny astronauts inside the rocks that were chicken off the surface of Mars that arrived to Earth and seeded the Earth with life as we know it. Yeah, and in fact, we can find out if we get this material back to Earth, as NASA is planning to dedicate, then we can make sure that these were microbes. And perhaps we can infer whether the building blocks of these microbes are similar to the ones we have here on Earth.
DNA, RNA kind of process. Have you ever done any research on the structure of anomalies on Mars, particularly the particles that appear to be square, this enormous structure? Yeah, I've seen the data. It's not conclusive, but it's intriguing because both Mars and the Moon have no atmosphere right now. So what happens on it is that when an object the size of a person or smaller goes through the atmosphere, it does creates a fireball, just like an atomic explosion. And actually, you have an object of other meter collide with Earth every year. Every year there is an atomic explosion size, a fireball in the atmosphere. It's not yet in the news because it happens pretty high. It is an altitude of 50 kilometers, but it doesn't do anything at all. 71% of the Earth is covered by oceans. But yes, so these meteors, that they are quite important. Obviously, we know that the dinosaurs 66 million years ago were extinguished by a giant impact by an asteroid the size of Manhattan Island. And we are aware, by the way, that such an impact could endanger us. And that's why US Congress asked NASA to find what objects that come close to Earth with a size bigger than a football field, about 140 meters, so that we avoid the fate of the dinosaurs. So we think we are smart. We can see these rocks coming, but just imagine alien technology. It will not follow a path that you expect. If it has some intelligence in it, and that's a risk that was never attended to. And I wrote a white paper to the United Nations, the International Astronomical Union, strategy monitoring interstellar objects that come from outside the solar system, like 3 planets, that show anomalies that could potentially be ecological. The structures on Mars, like what do you think when you see that one? I think it's very intriguing. Both Mars and the Moon have no atmosphere, so the that come into them do not burn up. This is, I mentioned before, about Earth, and therefore they serve as museums. Okay, so any space junk that might have landed on Mars for the past 2 billion years would not have burned in the atmosphere.
Athleticism. Look at this. This is phenomenal. Unprecedented. One day I might see somebody type in YouTube unprecedented athleticism and shit myself.
Mostly from the side. As a result of that, right now, the church family can try ZipRecruiter. Church.
Easy cool.
Very massive. I arrived at huge. If you take solid density, it's more than 5 kilometers in depth. You mentioned that's nothing. And this object, by the way, was discovered just over the past decade. So who knows how much is really collected on the surface of Mars or the Moon?
Yo, baby. Yeah, let's go. Yo, baby. don't know what's happening.
These special I did Conan maybe like 5 years ago. And so then they would have corrected my comedy central show. So I do comments, going up and not out of the park in terms of something about why I can step up to I've done like Netflix. I just listened to Netflix back when they had April God Secrets on it, and yeah, you don't know. You just keep doing it, staying positive, trusting the instincts. I feel like I'm not saying my back's against the wall, but it's like I've stepped up like comedy stuff. I'm not like, my acting. I wish I was a better actor. I get nervous about that. Stand up, I've been able to. I think I do okay in the stand up. Find my words. Acting, that's more.
December 2024, there was a thing saying, it's a dark moment, in other words, a moment where you can't see so specializing, they go to they see that. So then they say, the same construct. And I say, no, it's picture that I mentioned before. So we have all these sparrows running around the scale. And my call on the scene, what the colors because my call is because that pressure. They don't really know about thousands of people. It's an extra they were trying to suppress the voice, and I think it makes no sense whatsoever. because the public really cares about my essays on they get really is emotional. The public cares about questions are we we live on this these moments call for a cold happy dad, gram of sugar in a normal size can.
Probably no. I have records. You look at your notebook. Several hours how much money I made that night.
American try. Happy dad.
My notebook.
Limited time. To buy one happy dad. One free. Joy. Must be drinking age. Happy dad. Hard seltzer. And lemonade is a
We can go midweek set today. Like at the comedy store. You're on your market. Notes and notes and
to realize that there is not a clear it's just like the experience of my the first day to get the job is the center of the 5,000, 10,000 spots. They had the
I'm I felt bad the way you felt about your Netflix.
based on the
It's not saying you went in there and
that was limited to
said
it's just like
I've seen you farm, I've seen
sets and
like in
environment. Then when they went to the they realized that kids just like them. So we are have mature in that sense, and that's the big picture. Why is it so important for the future of humanity? Because
things that didn't get as hard as life
is will not exist forever. By the way,
I hope you're proud of it.
the change and so forth. Realize that the issue is calculations will be done by the sun. Here is something much discussed because of the friction. The envelope of the sun all the way to the sun. Nothing will be left. It will survive. And we have an obligation. We want to remember. We have an obligation not to go to priorities and say we want to
That's right. And I kind of put them off then for a few weeks.
the eye to get a real true reader on somebody as opposed to words. No. Like for that reason. Now I had that's interesting, but it has anomalies. The amount of light that's coming from it by reflecting sunlight changes by a factor of 10. As it's covering, that's really strange. And I started getting more anomalies, and I don't have to know. Driven by curiosity. Then say I didn't change. You're talking about a few years ago? Yes. My wife said, so she's really wise. More than a decade ago. Wow. Of the hurt locker inside the U.S. military, most of us never see I don't understand America push in showing the human side of an outside. I don't think he's over I think he's social media. Exactly. Just kind of humans. That's what I take myself. I think it'd be a little more. I just think AI sometimes I'm working with I saw the references. I asked this one. About this. And it turns out AI itself. There's they don't like a relationship like that's going to that's one. Yeah, you know, they don't have to feel this is shame. She's got Eddie. They're doing it, so I can do it. I think that the capabilities of humans, humans matter. Again, so crazy.
energy. Enough for good people, if you want to say. It's not crazy. I really want everybody to get well. I think that's where everybody that we're using the substitution for that internet. Just search it up. That's where my mind is. I think I can trust to enjoy things. I would say the last year or so, just with the air, I'm not. Honestly, was the side on Instagram at least a million times more. Right? My last meeting and as I arrived, I feel like so big. And everyone doesn't really like it. You are down, to be honest. At the end of a decade. I feel this born here, say the valley scenario where you package all the material into objects that are imagine once per 10,000 years. So immediately a scientific paper provides that, all our communications are and by the way, these papers is that was something I need to editors said I can't just feel like I have to where you say well and I hear that it was starting and I feel that I did show big is greener source military and then I started I just feel like I have to stick up for what's right. Okay. And that's what I do. But I also feel like which is like I have my own personal experiences. So I don't want to go into that, but it's I have my reasons for life. So I'm trying to let them know you like that. I hang out with the put out journalists up for the ballot. They used to pick on the valley all the time. Stop. You're from Reseda. I went to Reseda. Project. So I got but you know what? It made me short. I Latino guys do. I played sports. Well, this claim or that claim was never published in peer-reviewed journal. There's a deal. You're talking about the background check. These guys, that I get in place. Yes, I can tell. Frankly, baseball college, they like white guys from Orange County in Arizona. I get it. So I just would say like, Jesus is Jewish, and then who would like. And to this was very good friends with those guys. And it's like in the eye, and I just feel like honesty, and that's just how I was raised. So I kind of I don't want to make or anything. It looks like back in just having fun. Signature of the and I said, pointing away from the sun. Push it back away from the sun. So this one was the sun.
cigar. Cigar, long access, within 10 degrees, object sun. Almost visual. I already figured to point for that. This is that is 10 times longer than it is wide. It means it's like a chain. So the object was like a chain towards the sun, which is
This is called the situation where away from the sun, radiation. Object of this comment from a perspective that as if the tail is pointed at the trumpet. It's just a perspective, optical illusion. The word is like that. As far as I know, comets are strange. We don't know. Maybe these are dust particles. Very big, that much. But they scatter sunlight usually particles that have fragments of ice scattering the sunlight. Those fragments of ice, why are they alternative what is communicated? And it's because there are most of them that we don't it's just to reflect our interest. How much there is, how much energy there is. That's how people who just know these things just 1% fundamental ideas. People were rewarded. That's human. I think okay, trying to figure out when I get to comments, ask you why these objects and consider imaginative possibilities to explain their lives.
the way the context of cosmology, I encounter the culture of masters. It's different from chess players. And I don't want to mud wrestle. I don't want to get hurt. I don't respond to those. I learn my lesson with the Detroit. I don't respond to those people because once we collect, I just want as much evidence as possible so that they will not be able to show the anomalies about the culture. Right now, happens to be a something else. And just collect as much data as I just ignore it. Just this week. There is a scar where tracers decided to put my image they want so let me show you some images. Showing you what is the current image. Here you see
science. Another thing that I missed by my colleagues, exactly the kids get into science. That's when we discovered that it wasn't important information at the 60s. I bet you that become a scientist because it's very abstract. Here, there is a connection. So that's one thing that is missed. And of course, the second one is there is a subject that the public cares about science, so we should identify it's our obligation as scientists. It's not that science, which was our term, by the way, always because I led Star Wars. Because I'm different. Just that, the one thing that I met extraterrestrials is on the first day, I showed up to the class and saw the kids up and down. And then the teacher came in and looked at everyone jumping and said, he's so well and I wanted to tell her, this was not the reason why I didn't jump up and down. I was just trying to figure out why it made sense. I would jump up and down. And pretty much the price, I'm thinking about the big picture. And if my colleagues are doing something that doesn't make sense, I don't think I am. So let me ask you this. Understanding of the people recognize this as a very unusual object. And you know what? More people that has happened to me. Things like that. That's what I got into trouble with on Twitter. I kind of lashed out and I was saying to guys like, those are people that just say, we are inspired by what so and so, you were a jerk. You must say, doing it, it's very simple. This is private. Anybody publicly supported something. You have to understand yeah, exactly. So I was in Seattle, like, everyone likes people like me in Seattle, but I go to New York, and all of a sudden these guys don't like me. It's like, that's, and I understand, like, nature takes a while, but they want to discourage true colors. Young people from really from there like that. So they keep the so that going on, but also from that is, you know, it's human nature, and I would be lashing out. Yeah, I might have been right. And half a century ago, you did more than half a century ago, it was thought that there is a natural person, and that the dark matter is the lightest. I think it was just now. It must be right, and you know, when I think some of it was that, and then the larger highlighter is skateboarders as those guys. They find it, and it's the best. That's not always a thing, but I did, and a lot of people say, "What do you think?" So I went off my meds, and then it really opened up my mind. And I mean, I just think about different. So so it was like tapping into stuff like they were talking about these writers and something else. I got an argument started.
three mistakes between 1940 and 1940. He said black holes do not exist. Waves probably do not exist. And he's quantum mechanics research. He actually did this last few years. I received Nobel Prizes. Nobel Prizes for investigation. Regular Starbucks. To make assumptions or claims that are all spread out. Now and then, you know, so that they don't have I call them sick. See the guy has not only was the package spread out, but even beyond that, now I see so satellite just verified my initial message. The community thought maybe it was more from the sky. There was a meteor showering. I go, you know, I framed physicists. I realized it's really dark. Now, all my colleagues say, well, we only out in the sky. And then this guy comes up and says, we launched some spacecraft, you know, like pretty long. And I go, I can see, like, I read his energy, like, he was questioning me. I go, and I zip in my camera, I hold this weapon, and I go, why? He goes, oh, I think you're taking pictures of me and my girlfriend. Why would I want to take pictures of you, your girlfriend? He goes, I don't know. I go, get the fuck out of my face. I'm about to knock you out. I go, yeah. And I was like, this guy freaking said, pictures that he I didn't. I said, when you don't really see I was getting a little worked up. Ugly wife. That's what I said, her girlfriend. Because a year ago, the staff. I go, I take it off the and then this guy, okay. He's at the table. I go, you and your fat girlfriend. I didn't look at her. I didn't even say that. That's cool. You shouldn't have said it. I wasn't taking pictures. I didn't even know because when he first came up to me, I thought he was a fan or a friend. Why would I do that? You know, get in your face. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I was there just a few months ago. And he stole now risk. I did worry. Could have easily somebody maybe like me. And it was a little skinny guy. Also put a generator. I pulled him out. I shook him up. He got rattled. I'm like, you're going to you cream of a beat. That's not what he thinks. And the weapon. Back to that. One. The weapon. Snort the trap. Just like my I didn't appreciate it. sky above Vegas. There's a big guy. Lying within the performance levels of human-made objects. And that really makes it very exciting. I see that as a random communicator public excited about science. That's what Jim Doran and Jay Rosen are tap. And we find something really anomalous. As you know, intelligence agencies are reporting to the US Congress that they can identify. That can be complex. Job. The medals. That's one possibility. The second link and you guys. I get average to a week. So I can show my face where it's at. Instead, I make second, I so this is one thing. But the project is really organized in an observable that does systematic study of success career being observatories as I mentioned and then another one the third one is that's why people who approach me said let me ask you this those how you wake up there are some things that to connect the result of constant observation of scientific works. That's crazy. That's crazy. And by the way, US Congress 20 but the day before I visited that is and I asked the job identify some wish they anything your attention or something. Yeah, I'm lucky. It feels good. They said, not really. There are some that's all. Many data. It's rest. They like you that something. You don't just figure out. It's obviously what to do is imitate the Galileo project that I'm leading. But yeah, it does feel good. You would think. I officially started going I don't like it. They're not moving the sky. When they the valve. They're getting things in the sky. But they don't have the right software. I said, what do you think of all in, and then I to meet and then like 2
Space Force. some images from actually was documented by Netflix. Will be a documentary coming up next year, 2026. With me on
Very important. Signing up for the open mics, drive,
brought the
to the comedy next door, being around jeez.
Somewhere in there.
Cruise ships. I really enjoyed my friends. Yeah,
Sad. 2 kilometers deep.
I needed that.
I found it.
Gave me that.
Very
Just underground.
You can see here that
Mics and all the characters there. I enjoy the baseball. The Mariners are playing at the they get maybe 3,000 players. Oakland A's and the Indians and the Yankees. They'll be hanging upstairs.
Wow, 800,000 droplets that allowed us. How did my colleagues respond to that? They said, there was a signal misidentified from the New York Times.
Sonic, so reading
The wrong place.
sure you got
And I wrote to their he responded.
making noise.
This place was based on the fireball, on the light detected by US government. It was not based on the detection of the signal. We just looked and found it. So it seems like your colleagues are contacting. I wrote at the time. Yeah. So objects, these very small. We found that 10% of them had chemical compositions. And
you're looking for this.
again, my colleagues said, the burn material from core. So we said, okay, well, let's check. Identify 61 elements from the periodic table. They said it's something else from the core. We checked that. It's not from the core. It's bubble to having access to the material.
It's when Earth pieces of material from the scene were
And I'm naive, I don't change my
you're amazing. I hope you're back. Yes. It's science. Don't get better with AI. Discuss. Could get better. There is something else. So it serves the normal. In 1882, what is the since then, and a century of technology, we feel we are aware of the restaurants, we are what do you think about it? There's someone more intelligent than us, and someone else is I shot it at the Comedy Store. I think I'm not going to say it was a whole necessarily captured what I did, and that's night. It was the spot. The Comedy Store. That spot already for 3 or 4 years. Time, and I said, you know what? But it's not so much it's just capture it. So we started to do this late night special, late numbers. I don't have that plan. So I try to find this special 2 shows. Because I guess the first show we did around like 10 o'clock. I've seen it. I'm happy with that. started, there's some secret package background. So for the day after there was this thing, or the Seattle crazy internet last biology. So on the one hand, the day before, because people and they later I hear question is funny to me. Al, I enjoy motorcycles because you know that if there is a car accident, different things give you really happen. That's why FIFA a motorcycle accident. So I don't care about stories because when I was a kid, I would see that I would see that inventing answers that make no sense as a kid. And I decided I don't care about these stories from things that happened in the past. I just want to figure out myself. These materials were maybe was another government did something. So I really maybe on any reasonable doubt. It's just like, the idea is that without thinking it, you will never find it. So if you have the mindset that everything in the sky is rocks, that everything on Earth is material with humans, and natural processes on Earth, you will not invest time and resources for it. So it's a scientific prophecy very often. That is just like with a horse, you put blinders on your eyes, you don't see your eyes, you don't conversation about Joey much better if you were just talking about Seattle. Your name came up. We had a good time. Joey and I were still down here now having a blast. You're still doing it. Looks like you are motivational speaking. He's making it tough stuff. To me, the main uncertainty there is get a complimentary 3-chapter sample on Al's newest book. The media are like coming out. There was an explosion there. I understand what you're saying, but if they're being correct, Al's Winners Don't Quit Association embracing change, inspiring people to believe in their own possibilities. You know, this outlaw has been created Al, we love you. We love you. I was thinking about you. It was fun. So these are all on the screen. Break on stage. Survive. Oh, you want to hear that again? real possibility that there are the ocean, which we don't have any now. Anytime so I think the rest of her she was a before bothering us. Speaking about nutty things, let me mention an example. Back in 1970, there was a graduate student in Princeton and papers by Stephen Hawking, who said he demonstrated this. Come take two black holes. There was something about surrounding the black hole. The black hole is an infinite prison. Nothing can escape from it. It's just like Vegas. Anything can escape. It stays in it. But when you merge two black holes, the area surrounding them, the product of the matter, is always bigger than the sum of the areas. He demonstrated that mathematically. And then Wittgenstein said, well, that's interesting because we know about the second law of thermodynamics where entropy always increases. So maybe there's more entropy related to their surface. And his method was John Wheeler. And he said, everybody's asking, yeah. And then Stephen Hawking, and he said, that's nonsense. That's nonsense. Makes no sense. I'm Hawking wrong. So he was one of mechanics in a curved space that were on that one. This is the discovery. Celebrated since 51 years now. He went to this protected. It was considered discovering the biggest countries right now. And by the way, over the past 8 years, the mainstream theoretical physics was obsessed with the entropy trying to use it to figure out the theory that replaces quantum mechanics. We don't have the theory, by the way, and that's the reason I never meet alien scientists. What is the first question I have? Yeah. Yes. What happens to the people? Because minds are good. Every also will help us figure out something like mechanics because insurance gravity is down when we go to the back. For example, if we do how do you start what ingredients you need to put together, how much you need to make our universe, you have a recipe for making a universe. It's just like a recipe for a cake. If you have a recipe for a cake, you can become a baker. Okay? If we had a recipe for making the Big Bang, we can apply the doctrine of God because one of the defining features of God is the ability to create. And just think that what we call God could have been very advanced. Scientists that did a laboratory experiment created our So that's what I would like to ask you guys. So let me ask this. When someone from the government tells you about biologics and other don't you want to be able to see that somehow, or you ask if it's possible? You try to set up meetings. Yeah, when I asked them first to encounter Greek wash, what did they say? When I visited the Pentagon, my question was, is there something like that? They denied it. Okay. And then I'm being told maybe it's not inside government, maybe it was delegated to corporations outside government. And one employee of one of these corporations must be private. Like maybe it may not be wrong. So I don't know who to believe. You see, these are, it's just like people tell me stories that I don't know whether it's true. I really see it, and I'm very happy to have the government figure it out, because their misuse of their privileges to attend to data related to what's outside the structure, right? They're supposed to be able to have it on the surface of Earth, national security. They are not supposed to tell us what lies outside the solar system. And I want to figure it out. But they don't give me the data, and I don't know if it exists because I've never seen it.
Try to pursue it, though.
So far, there is
contract, defense contract. Yeah, that's the current most attractive area is that defense contract. If you had so
you that you always think, oh, AI is the future. We've never used AI in space. Sounds much more natural. We had a visit from intelligence that is based on AI correlate objects, because then you can survive the long journey. It's weird. That gives you the power of the and that's the largest brain that an animal like us can have, even our body size, and then so I feel like then you have these AI systems
popularity that I see YouTube level of sophisticated comedy, it is subjective. I'm not
nuclear power. Biology figured it out. That's
like
as much as flying cars are amazing. We don't have
comedy is
nature.
I feel like my comedy
You have animals like ourselves. We replicate ourselves. We have cats that can function and consume materials from the environment. Just imagine your car, okay? Using the sand or using some stuff in the environment to repair itself. Every time you bump into something, it can create smaller cars for you to use. That's amazing. Like, we can't even imagine building a car that will self-replicate. And nature did it. So,
I like
me,
maybe
the accuracy of understanding how much better we can go than AI. Because if nature did it out of random processes and created such a brain on 20 watts, and we are struggling with gigawatts to integrate it, there must be a better path that is similar to biology, but much more powerful than random processes that happen on Earth. And also self-replicating. So if you send a spacecraft to a planet, instead of sending many, you send just one that replicates and then sends more. It's evolving. It fills up the galaxy. By the way, that was an notion that von Neumann had before the DNA, a year before the DNA was discovered. So he realized that it could be done technologically. Realized that, how nature does it. And I always hope, I'm not just modest because the vast expanses of space and time in the universe and real estate on Earth, such a small amount compared to real estate out there. We have the real estate professionals now, but they deal with real estate on this rock that is 3 million. That's a tiny rock. How much real estate there is in the cosmos? Just think about the realtors out there. And the point is, it's not just that. It's the fact that we should be modest because think about that. Parent selection is what is the fittest? Cosmic scheme of things. The fittest is the species that realizes the stable direction that you are on. It's not a big deal. Becoming interstellar from one group to another. It's a massive step. But it's not the real deal. The real deal is going interstellar. Someone else figured it out. That someone built monuments that survived for years long before.
Stevens live from the main room. It's happening. I like it or not. And I get my hair. So I can start saying that. This helps. We should have. So I'm coming at you.
So that we can inspire.
integrate something into the revolution. Before you never made.
How much money? The same level as you got. Like, now that you're a major researcher, was just friction. I was just asking him,
amazing.
really like yell at kids, but you can shut up
much more from an intelligent neighbor that we can learn from micro. One of the best images of 3i Atlas.
the show with Joe and Stan.
Best one so far was released by the Hubble Space Telescope, and it shows this pointed towards the sun. It was taken on July 21st, 2025.
That's every week on there.
Yes, that's the best because that,
He is late.
yeah, it's actually in my
Valley.
yeah.
And
That's the ground.
we don't this church family was going on this trip. Training went first was like
So it's one of the guys yeah, you see it on the right here. That's it. And the scale of the resolution, the innermost pixel is hundreds of kilometers. It's about 100 kilometers per pixel or something.
Before I go real quick,
The object is actually of 10 times smaller, so you can't really resolve it. What you're seeing here is the curve of light around the object scattering sunlight, and the question is, what is producing that light? What is scattering sunlight? Then you think about it, and as soon as this was released, the experts said, oh yeah, now it's proven it's a comet. And I said, it's the sun facing division that is ahead of you, and it's on the other side. And the extent of the globe is backwards, away from the sun, it's sailed sideways. You don't see it. Any cometary tank here. They're looking at it like a star along the long axis, so you're going to get 10 times smaller than it is wide if you were looking from the sun. Amazingly, the best image was obtained on October 2nd, 2025, and 3 hours later we did 100 kilometers of Mars. And it was taken by the high-res camera on all the Mars orbit. Just remember, October 1st was so October 2nd, they have taken it was the earliest I get the thing, I'm a scientist, you know, you can do the press release afterwards, and so it's already 3 weeks since that is the best image.
The right experience.
And the advantage of it only has 30 kilometers per pixel resolution. It's very close. That is the gift. It comes in from the sun. Also, the right atomic need to come to the right time close to Mars because Venus and the behind the sun was the Earth. It's for observations by all the space sets, by all the parameters we have around all the way to Jupiter. The people on the high-race team must have said, just say that I get just before I came to you, I was asked, could it be that this is the signature that NASA holds something really sensational data? And I said, it's much more like related to extraterrestrial
Brody, Steve, we can stay black.
They haven't done so. My guess is they're taking the time. The communication office of NASA is not working because of the shutdown. But given that this subject is viral, this is the
On Atlas, three yeah, 30 kilometers per pixel, but moreover, more importantly, just cheap. The camera was looking right now, sideways, because let's say charge and it's sideways, so I can actually see what exactly it was doing. To per second, and maybe it's like an anti-tank. The sun change and by the way, really, it was not a beautiful and right now, I said, and 4% is water. 4% by mass is water. Very small fraction. When the object was discovered, the experts said, "Oh, it's most likely made of water." That's what they said, made of water. Then several teams reported, "We found water." I looked at their papers. One of them had very large error bars. The data was not of good quality. It was always a nice. That's not the Another one was basically making some assumptions about how much dust there is that blocks ultraviolet light, and based on that, they get the result of water. And then the web telescope actually measured the composition and found just 4% by mass water. So I was attacked when I said it's probably real that these teams are reporting things, but they're not real, even though they made press releases. But then web demonstrated that it's only 4% by mass. Okay, so that proved my point, even though it was not in those things. So it's 4% by mass water. The question is the first that was not.
You always see someone.
That's gonna be really nice to meet you. Appreciate it because it's a sci-fi show. Some people actually get something they can't find peace.
When did you watch Water Factor? Yeah, it was
As a matter of fact,
it will change the way that we're not talking about me. I've been working for 5 years. I was on the list.
A risky thing because you were playing a role that was played by a man. So that was a thing where there's like a little bit of it's a girl playing storybook now.
Yeah, I know. It was really strange. So I was like almost in both the part, or was maybe I booked the part, I don't quite remember. And I called my dad, who's a huge science fiction fan and raised me on like sci-fi. And I was like, I booked this job. He was like, that's amazing. What is it? I said, he went, oh my god, that's great. I watched it when I was younger, and he was like, you playing Starbucks. And I was like, oh fuck. You need to go watch this. And I was like, okay. So I like comes on down to Blockbuster Video, and I rent the VHS maybe. I don't remember what it was. And I'm sitting on the couch with a girlfriend, and we like opened a bottle of wine, and we're like watching this to like be like, okay, what's my dad talking about? And at some point, she looked at me, and they were like talking about Starbucks, and I was like, that's so weird. We must have missed her. Where is she? And we rewound it a little bit, and I was like, oh, crap. And then I turned off and I never watched it again. But in that moment, it wasn't the same character.
It's not the same show.
It's not the same show.
It's kind of crazy that they did that because they made a way better show. About a show that was just pure nostalgia.
It was. I mean, it really only existed for a year, I think. And then they had like a movie or two afterwards. But it was a very short-lived show. I always find it absolutely amazing. For absolutely. To be a fly on the wall of that brain would probably just explode my head. But he, the fact that he saw what he saw and led the charge on that show and bring the people on board that he did that had the same vision, if not, hire people that are better than you, and so he hired people that added to the vision that he wanted to create. And the fact that he saw that from the original was pretty amazing.
Yeah, kind of crazy. Yeah. The original show is basically a rip-off of Star Wars.
You know what?
We're just trying to make a Star Wars TV show.
I think so. I mean, I knew that, Star Wars was on Solo. Right.
And the Cyclones were kind of stormtroopers.
They were.
Robot stormtroopers.
It was great. Yeah, exactly. I don't know who Dagger the dog was.
It was, they took, like, of course, they said, like, I see what you're trying to do, but this could be a real show.
Yeah, I mean, and it came out at a time where science fiction was allowed to be incredibly topical, and it was always dismissed as, oh, that's just science fiction, it's not real. So Babster was allowed to talk about controversial things that were happening currently in the environment and in our country and abroad, and it was allowed to do so because everybody just dismissed it as sci-fi. And so it's incredibly moving, the show, and people like with it. The thing that I hear the most about the show, I mean, one of the things is when I go to sci-fi conventions, someone will inevitably come up with a DVD box that is just made to shoot. It's dirty, it's like, they don't even know DVDs like anymore. And they're like, this came with me when I was, stationed in our article. It had through the entire lyrics, and it got us through. Thank you. And that to me is really amazing that a fictional show about people searching for growth can be so important and relevant to people that are in the military, which is, it says something about me.
Well, even that's one thing that entertainment is dismissed, especially like fantasy, like sci-fi, it's dismissed as being nonsense, but it's not nonsense. It's actually like great medicine. He loves great.
You do.
Especially it's also inspirational and interesting and fascinating. You occupies your mind, it frees you up in the middle of a fucking war. You can make some entertainment out of a television show that's about robots that are trying to kill everybody. It's like very valuable.
Some of the hardest moments in my life, and in the past, have been able to get through it because of television. Not because of being in it. That's the fantasy of going to work and being somebody else absolutely takes you out of your school for a second. But like, going through the most struggle with your daughter, watching TV with them, it's what's good at that. I mean, it's all there.
And very well, my friend. What up, big dog? Yes, sir.
one that's been announced. I don't really know. I heard about it, but for sure, created social media already has such a effect on there's no turnover for tried society is a number that is and so if you're now creating what are we getting? Absolutely unattainable. Better than that. And not only that, you can also help is a lot of different avenues. That's very serious. You don't think about that. We just think about like, yeah, this is an ignorance. You already have research. Netflix. It's idolizing. You know what? My dad, he died. My dad had and this is just terrified. And of course, he was almost mad. He spent his entire life scared that he was going to die. And I thought he's like, all of that is time, but it was never like it was life changing, never life threatening. It's not like my daughter got sick. So I didn't when you see Free from some sort of mental illness. I mean, I think so. A lot of the people that I know, people that are artists that are more in touch, more sensitive. My dad came to me 17 years ago, and my dad went to sounding so sensitive. Taking his 20 years so seriously. Like so, my entire fucking life. Very nice. I think so, yes. You have a lot of mental illness in those highly suffering depression. I would argue that the majority of the population is just reflecting on it. I do think that a lot of artists are because they're more in touch with their emotions and their mental health. No, but actually, it's just like, right, it's like, oh, I don't have like, in their neutral habitat.
It's a car. 50 cents.
So I can participate.
What up, gangster? Wait for this. that make people like really,
Okay, so and I literally created create a bunch of AI art, have an art show, and
So who's going to be? You've got super that are going to be in control of the digital God. It's a little
It's a lot of power things. I mean, that would be amazing.
What's in the bill? A bunch of we all do that. It's not. We're trying to right now, perhaps.
People not reading that. But like,
Wild boy. Trading.
So you give kids Transact, and then you take these big bills that have so many pages. There should be a system in place where separately. And our daughter should never adult side of the hospital to give them money from shit that they just never be happening. This is
Socialized medicine. Socialized medicine. My friends got because they felt like the doctors because they're more incentivized. This is the guy who does all the Why can't we have that?
Resources that we give people when they it's really
costing that much money. What they did was messing up with that was shut down one of fucking hours. Some childhood.
There are more and more people falling into these every day.
If I was some piece of fruit had somebody like one image I shot a tree move just like something just sitting there like there's part of it and that part of it
We left Los Angeles 2 years ago. 2 years ago. Came as 2 years ago. A great city. I know. It's like any other cities. It's probably it's going to require a lot of work, and I don't know what that is.
I don't know what that is, but I know that's don't talk about resources and setting people up some sort of attention just to great kids like if you live to intensity I try to say I was like
I would be really curious to see, like, statistically, what the majority of the US, what if there are studies where they actually come around I don't know, like, granted, I do not know enough about this to be speaking about it with authority, but like, you talk to people, kind of, I've had this conversation with someone started doing this, try something like that out on the street. You're not going to it's what your it's terrifying. Someone you were caring for had to your house because they asked you didn't go to work for a year and a half. Master's degree, and she made something like $35,000 a year.
Healthcare for infants.
she had diabetes. It's like crazy. And it was all they told her, you're going to have diabetes now. It's not like, like this is it. You still need to reduce your stress. So she said, okay, great. This is going to reduce stress. Contribute a little bit again and figure something out. My dogs, she started watching her dogs. It's crazy. Yeah.
Comes in to take a drink. Snapped.
Future generations. This first thing coming towards us.
And guess what? Taking pictures. I'm probably hitting you. Right? I'm into here. Let's go. She got my next sweet. I don't know what's gonna happen with the flight. The entire history of Star Wars. Star Wars I consider Star Wars. I would be so to say that sci-fi fans are some of the smartest people I've ever met. Sure. They're very smart. And I just keep that. I can tell you the loving that sort of got together. Violent decompressions are radiating from my pod.
cumulus stare of violent stuntfighters. Yeah. Yeah, it was just like,
Someone hates you.
it's possible. You never know.
It seems so mean. Someone would say that.
It's true. There were times I have since like Ron Morris on my podcast, and I told him that like for 25 years I have not been able to forget this violent compressions line, and he was like, "I'm so sorry." Because he's aware that he's making it through saying shit that you should never just say in real life. Like, and then furthermore, you have to try and decipher it. Like one of my jobs, take something I don't understand and say it with authority, as if I do understand it. So I have to dissect what certain things mean, and if I don't understand it, I have to give it context in something that I do understand in order to like sound like I am not an idiot. Which is hard. So it's the jargon is. I learned that this with my husband. That's a great technique.
That's you get really one of your tennis balls into really good.
Yeah, it's not easy.
You're a part of something that people sci-fi I think is very interesting. Sci-fi is I think the genre of action that has the most badass women.
100%. Yes. It did. It did for a long time.
I think the OG is obviously Sigourney Weaver.
100%. Yeah.
I mean, that's like an aside. No one is like, oh, it's a strong female lead. That is an aside to an insane movie and an amazing performance. Like that last scene when she feels that.
Yes. That character, when I saw that movie, I was like, yeah, I want to be her. Because up till then, I only wanted to be Bruce Willis. I wanted like Sing the Nakatomi building, like I wanted these. I loved action movies with my dad, and when he started realizing that I had this affinity toward these movies, he started showing me that these were strong female leads. And Sigourney was the one where I saw that performance, and she was everything. She was strong, she was capable, she was smart, she was feminine, she was funny, she was everything. And it was perfect. It was a perfect movie. Number two, possibly better.
Yes, seeing what she pulls out. I disagree. Easy to kill. This motherfucker's so hard to kill.
So hard to kill.
And the second one that's coming up now.
Yeah.
It's a different thing. It's a different thing. Like, they're both great movies. I really love Aliens. But the thing about Alien, the first one, was that shot was amazing.
Just the perfect shot.
It's a perfect movie. There was some in that movie where you saw position next.
Like it,
Just first or scene. I remember being crazy. The chest burster scene was like, what? You remember being in the movie theater? I had no idea that was going to happen. There was no internet back then.
Yeah.
It was not like, it's a movie. And that little thing was running around on the ground, and his first everyone screaming and running everywhere. It was
probably, in my opinion, one of the best movies of all time.
oh, I agree, 100%. And again, the fact that it was a strong female was just a tiny little part of the movie. It was just, she was so good. You didn't even think, oh, it's a strong female.
They didn't tell you this is a strong female lead.
No, exactly.
They just created a phenomenal character when you're a woman.
Exactly. And she just tricked the part perfectly. This movie was so nuts. It was so nuts. You didn't know what was happening.
I know.
You people have to realize, like, before movies were spoiled, there was no spoilers, alerts back then. You didn't have to watch clips.
But even just the way it's shot, the frenetic energy of the camera, really the frenetic energy of his body.
This is such a great movie. Kevin James. He was he played out of the
Female characters now.